There we go. So, Senator Anderson, you wanted to pass the baton for the second half, or do you want to continue? Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and reconvene the meeting. Brian, I think it seems to work well if we get those folks that are signed up to testify and let them in, turn off their audio and their cameras, but have them ready so they can transition from YouTube. So, folks, our next item on the agenda, and again, hats off to Chairman Anderson for keeping us on agenda. I was a little scared when I was looking at it this morning. But next up is the air ambulance issue. And at our last meeting, we took testimony, kind of had the issues defined. Hopefully we all recall those fairly well. And then we had asked for a bill draft loosely based on the Nebraska legislation, which was far more sweeping than just air ambulance. It dealt with other types of groups, but we narrowed this to air ambulance, something what we would call regulation light. And so, Mr. Fuller, could you walk the committee through that bill for us, please?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's 21 LSO 72 draft 0.5. And basically what this draft does in a nutshell is provides for the regulation of air ambulance membership organizations to require that before they do business in Wyoming, they have to obtain and then maintain a certificate of registration with the Department of Insurance. And this bill draft spells out what that process looks like. So just jumping in, page 2, line 6, all of the changes here except for the last 2 pages are creating a basically a new article to address this regulation. The first thing is a definition for air ambulance membership organization, which is any entity that in exchange for fees or charges or dues or what have you would provide access to its members for air ambulance services and give those members the right to receive services from air ambulance providers that are connected with that membership organization. Page 2, line 13, this just clarifies that for the purposes of this regulation, the membership organization is the entity that contracts with healthcare providers or provider networks or other air ambulance membership organizations to offer access to air ambulance services. Page 2, line 20, and then moving on to the top of page 3, this just provides that the registration requirements don't apply to any air ambulance membership organization that, because of other provisions in the insurance code, are required to be licensed as an insurer. Or a healthcare provider who is simply providing discounts. And that language is a carryover from the Nebraska legislation. Given its breadth, you know, I do wonder if whether this language is necessary, but it does make clear that just providing, you know, healthcare provider just providing discounts wouldn't be subject to this. Page 3, line 12, this is the requirement for an air ambulance membership organization to obtain a certificate of registration from the insurance commissioner before operating in Wyoming. Subsection B, line 17, a membership organization that's seeking a certificate must apply, and that application must include a fee up to $500. Moving on to page 4, information regarding past history and specifically whether a previous certificate or application was denied or suspended or revoked, whether in Wyoming or another state. Information regarding whether the applicant is under investigation or is the subject of any pending legal action. Information in the application sufficient for the commissioner to decide whether the applicant is financially responsible, has adequate expertise and experience to run an air ambulance membership organization, and is of good character. And then certification that the applicant has established a dedicated toll-free number and internet address that makes available the names and addresses of all the current air ambulance providers that the applicant is contracted with directly or through a provider network. Moving on to page 5, line 4, after receiving an application, the commissioner must review it and notify the applicant of any deficiencies within 14 days of receiving that. And then the commissioner has 90 days after receipt to issue a certificate to an applicant who has satisfied all requirements under this article that are provided in this bill draft. Page 5, line 13 just specifies that a certificate of registration is valid for 1 year unless it's renewed. Page 5, line 21, this is a new section that gets into the certificate and renewal. So at least 90 days before that certificate expires, the Air Ambulance Membership Organization that wants to renew their certificate must fill out a renewal application, provide a fee up to $300 as the commissioner determines, and the commissioner must renew that certificate if the organization is in compliance with the article, with the bill draft, with the article and any rules that are promulgated for the program. The staff comment on page 6 is just a note for the committee to perhaps consider clarifying whether really what happens if an organization fails to apply to renew or fails to renew before the time limit. I believe the changes that the Department of Insurance are going to suggest, I think address this staff comment. So I'll leave that for now. Page 6, line 22, this provides that the commissioner may suspend or revoke a certificate after notice in a hearing if the commissioner has reasonable cause to believe that the organization isn't operating in compliance with the article, has advertised or merchandised its services so as to misrepresent its offerings. The organization is engaged in deceptive, misleading, or unfair practices. It's not fulfilling its obligations as an organization, or if it continues, it would be hazardous to the members of the organization. Page 7, line 18, if the commissioner has that reasonable cause that the organization is doing one of the acts that are listed earlier on page 7, the commissioner has to notify the organization in writing, specifically stating the grounds for suspending or revoking that registration. The certificate holder can demand a hearing within 30 days of receiving that notice. Page 8, line 5, if the commissioner has reasonable cause, then upon reasonable cause shown, then the commissioner can suspend the authority of the Air Ambulance Membership Organization from enrolling new members for a specified period of time up to 90 days. And any suspension that's issued under the subsection must specify in writing any conditions that the organization must meet in order to regain that authority to enroll new members. The staff comment is just a question for the committee to consider whether it's necessary to specify what happens after that 90 days. For example, can that specific suspension be extended? Can it be modified, or is 90 days kind of the hard cutoff after which that suspension just automatically terminates? That's just a matter to note for the committee as it reviews the bill.
Mr. Fuller, on that point, I'll ask this question right there because I was thinking about this. We'll need to do something to promulgate rules if this is moved forward. If we're silent on that, rules would allow for subsequent or could allow for subsequent suspensions or termination without the need for further specification by the legislature. That be proper?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's arguable. You know, you could read that subsection D to mean that, you know, as long as it's separate 90-day periods, they could go forward. If, you know, you could read it another day to mean that, you know, once that 90 days is up, it's up.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if rules alone would be able to kind of work around that statutory language.
Okay, Camille, I think just kind of a policy point there for discussion. Okay.
Moving on, page 8, line 26. This provides that the commissioner can rescind or modify any suspension But any modification that results in an extension or additional conditions can't take effect until there's been notice and a hearing. Page 9, line 7, any certificate of registration that's been suspended or revoked can't be reinstated unless the organization asks for it. And the commissioner can only grant reinstatement cannot grant reinstatement of a certificate if the commissioner finds that it's more likely than not, a preponderance of the evidence, that the circumstances for which the suspension or revocation still exist or are likely to recur. Page 9, line 16 gives the commissioner additional tools. So in lieu of a suspension or revocation, the commissioner can basically issue a cease and desist order from engaging in the practices that would lead to, to the issuance of that order. And the commissioner can impose a civil penalty up to $1,000 for each violation of the article. Page 10, line 7 provides that an air ambulance membership organization is required to notify the commissioner if a certificate or similar authorization to operate in another state is suspended or revoked or not renewed. Page 10, line 16, this gets into the commissioner's duties and authorizations for this regulation. The commissioner is authorized to examine and investigate the business and affairs of the air ambulance membership organization to protect Wyoming residents. It can order any organization to produce records, books, files, advertising, and materials, and any other information the commissioner deems is appropriate to ensure compliance with this article. The commissioner can also take statements under oath to determine whether the organization or the applicant is in violation of the provisions of this article or is acting contrary to the public interest. On page 11, line 10, this just states that the organization or the applicant, depending on its status, is responsible for all costs associated with an examination or an investigation that the commissioner holds. And then page 11, line 15 is rulemaking authority for the insurance commissioner to carry out this article. Page 11, line 21, this allows an air ambulance membership organization to assess a periodic charge and a reasonable one-time application processing fee to its members. Moving on to page 12, line 2, all agreements for memberships must be provided in writing to each member. And then the organization must also have an agreement in writing with any air ambulance provider that's offering services to the members of the air ambulance organization. And that written agreement can be either directly with the entity or an entity that hires that air ambulance service provider.
Mr. Fuller, on that point, and I think at our last meeting, we discussed what we do in Washakie County. Washakie County enters into that agreement on behalf of the citizens of the county. They would comply with this. I wouldn't have to go to each citizen, just to the county commissioners. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if so that's covered a little later on in the bill draft more explicitly. But here, the idea behind that language, and specifically the sentence, I mean, I guess the question really is, who is the member?
Right.
Is Washakie County the member that is, I mean, that appears to be the member contracting with the air ambulance membership organization, not each person. Later on, there is language that specifies that, you know, if I'm an individual living in that county, I have to be provided notice that a governmental entity is covering me.
Yeah,
if they're covering. So, so this language is, you know, I guess that, you know, the question is who's the member, you know, and in that situation, and, you know, it's likely not each person.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Page 12, line 11, this allows a member to cancel his membership in the plan at any time. If they cancel within 30 days of signing up, they would be able to have refunded any one-time charges that exceed $30, and all periodic charges that have been charged to the member. And then cancellation occurs when it's mailed or otherwise delivered to the Air Ambulance membership organization. Page 13, line 1 provides that if an organization cancels a membership for any reason other than non-payment, then the organization must issue a pro rata refund of all periodic charges to that member. Page 13, line 7, an organization or a marketer who sells memberships for an Air Ambulance membership organization must disclose all charges in writing to all prospective members. Page 13, line 16, this section gets into violations of this article. The first statement, page 13, line 16, just states that a violation of the article is considered an unfair trade practice under the Unfair Trade Practices Act, which is a separate article that prohibits any trade practice that is an unfair method of competition or is deceptive or unfair in the business of insurance, and comes with its own penalties and prohibitions. Page 14, line 4 specifies that in addition to any other penalties or enforcement that's available under the article, any person who willfully violates the article may be subject to a civil penalty up to $1,000 for each willful violation. That language is, as is a lot of the language here, is based on the Nebraska law. Line 10, a person who willfully operates or aids and abets another in operating as an Air Ambulance membership organization in violation of this article is guilty of a misdemeanor that's subject to up to 6 months imprisonment or a fine of up to $1,000 or both. Page 14, line 17 provides that a person who collects fees for a purported membership but intentionally fails to provide the promised benefits is guilty of a misdemeanor with that same 6 months, $1,000 fine penalty. Page 15, line 7, in lieu of, so in addition to that renewal requirement, not less than 90 days before expiration of a certificate, that organization seeking renewal must submit an annual report to the commissioner, and then the report must include an updated list of the names and addresses of all Air Ambulance providers that are responsible for the organization's affairs and the extent and nature of any contracts, including possible conflicts, the number of members in Wyoming who are enrolled in any membership that the organization offers, a list of any membership agreements with a governmental entity that provides membership to all residents of that entity, and then any other information the commissioner may require in that report. On page 16, line 17, an organization that fails to file that annual report before the deadline, or who files a report that's deficient, is ineligible for renewal, and once they do correct that deficiency, upon renewal they have to pay a $500 forfeiture for each day of the first 10 days of the violation, and then $1,000 per day for each day after 10 days that they fail to comply with that deadline. Page 17, line 9, after notice from the commissioner, an organization that fails to comply with that annual report shall lose its authority to enroll new members or to do business in Wyoming if that violation persists for a time that the commissioner specifies. Line 15 on page 17 provides that an organization must give the commissioner notice if there's any change in contact information. So phone number, website, place of business, mailing address, and they have to give that notice at least 30 days before the change takes place. Page 18, line 2, this just provides that all advertisements and marketing materials of that organization must be truthful and not misleading in fact or implication. Page 18, line 8, this provides requirements for that organization that's advertising or marketing memberships. So it must submit all written advertisements and marketing materials to the commissioner for review to ensure that they comply with this article. They cannot use in their advertisement any terms generally associated with insurance, so things like copay, premium, and so forth. On page 19, the organization can't use language in advertisements or presentations with respect to being licensed or registered by a governmental entity that could reasonably mislead a person into believing that the plan is insurance, or that the state or that governmental entity has endorsed that particular membership organization. And then line 10, the air ambulance membership organization can't have restrictions on access, including waiting periods or notification periods. Page 19, line 14, these are disclosure requirements that an air ambulance organization must follow when they are sharing written advertisements or materials. They have to state that the membership is a membership, or the plan is a membership plan and not insurance coverage. Moving on to page 20, the range of discounts provided under the membership will vary depending on the provider and the services that are offered. And then finally, the toll-free number and website address for the organization where prospective members can get more information. Page 20, line 11, just requires an air ambulance membership organization to make those disclosures orally if a person initiates contact by telephone. Page 20, line 16, this is a disclosure that must take place before a prospective member enrolls in a membership plan. And they have to do it on a separate document and bolded, at least size 14 font, with the following disclosures. So these start on page 21. The membership isn't insurance coverage. That if the prospective member is eligible and covered under Medicare, the prospective member may already be covered for air ambulance services under Medicare and should consult with a Medicare representative to determine what services may be available. The prospective member may be covered already under a membership provided by a governmental entity. And the organization must consult with the commissioner to determine whether the person resides in a county or a municipality that has entered into an agreement for membership for its residents, and disclose if a prospective member is covered under one of those memberships. The bottom of page 21, a detailed list of all one-time and periodic charges that are and will be charged to the prospective member who's joining the organization. On page 22, the service area of the air ambulance membership organization, including a list of areas by county and municipality where the organization would not provide or cover service to its members. And then page 22, line 6, a disclosure that in an emergency and if the member is outside of the service area, air ambulance services may be provided by another provider or organization, and the benefits of this organization may not apply. The staff comment, Mr. Chairman, on page 22 just notes that this is language based on Nebraska's law. It is, as you mentioned, far more comprehensive than just air ambulances. And it's also just generally more comprehensive in terms of the types of things that are being regulated. And so this just notes a couple of things that are included in Nebraska's law, but are not here in the bill draft, should the committee want to consider that. And they are requirements for maintaining provider agreements on the organization's website. Nebraska's law has other marketing and advertising and disclosure provisions and requirements. And then the last point, that change in information and notice to the commissioner, that was added in this bill draft. And then finally, the last point is really a question, I think, of timing. There is language in the bill draft that specifies that does require the commissioner to promulgate rules. I think the question for the committee is whether it would want to consider some sort of split effective date and authorize in a non-codified section that the commissioner promulgate rules before the act takes effect. That's purely within I think the committee's discretion as to how to proceed in that way. On page 23, there are two amendments to existing statute. And so page 23, line 16, this is inserting a new paragraph into the general provisions of the insurance code to specify that air ambulance membership organizations, as identified in this bill draft, are not subject to this insurance code. So that's the first change. And then on page 24, this is a change to the definition of disability insurance, and strikes language that includes subscription or membership plans relating to air ambulance transport services as meeting the definition of disability insurance. The upshot being, with that language there, being required to be licensed as an insurer before offering its services in Wyoming. And then this would be effective July 1st, 2021. With that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions.
Committee, any questions of Mr. Fuller? Okay, committee, I'm not seeing any hands. Mr. Fuller, I had a couple. First of all, did the whole committee receive Commissioner Rood's proposed amendments? Did they receive a copy of those? Okay, I'm seeing hands up, so the new guy got them. All right. Okay. Just a second here, because these were, as I looked at this, okay, I'm on page 16 and then 17. So, and then we'll get Commissioner Rood up here soon, but dealing with the issue of the renewal, and he's proposing an amendment that's very similar to what we do with business entities. There's a grace period of time. Brian, how does that, if we that they could renew up to 1 year after their expiration by paying a late fee, how does that coincide with on page 16, section B, Romanettes 1 and 2? Is there a conflict if we were to do that?
Mr. Chairman, I think there would need to be if that change is adopted, it may, I think the committee would want to reconsider how that annual report is handled. Those forfeiture penalties are from Nebraska's law in terms of that $500 requirement a day. But I do think, based on how that section is structured, if the committee basically adopts that change suggested to page 6, it would want to revisit the language here as well to account for that change. Okay,
and then I have one more question. I'm not seeing anybody's hand up. On page 19, line 7 and 8, and I understand this, where we don't want to advertise it was endorsed by the Department of Health or Insurance Commission or the state of Wyoming. And it says, or any Wyoming governmental entity. And my question is do counties fall into a governmental entity? And again, I'm going back to, and I'm sorry, but this is my county that this is involved with, Washakie County. By them entering into that plan, how do you see that playing into that clause?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and this was a slight tweak, and the idea behind this language is that it not be used or an advertisement to say, choose our organization because Washakie County has, bought coverage for the whole county. That's the idea. Just that it can't make any statements to suggest that, by purchasing membership for its residents, that somehow implies an endorsement of that organization.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Committee, any further questions? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think it's important to maybe talk a little bit about, Brian, what this doesn't cover, and the fact that, one of the nuances to this whole discussion is the challenge of a state to do anything that actually regulates air ambulance service itself. And I'm not sure everybody, I think, appreciates what the bill does versus what the bill doesn't do. So it might be worth just a few words on what this isn't going to address and what this would not cover in terms of providing some oversight. If you'd provide a little bit of detail on that delineation, I would appreciate it, Mr. Fuller.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, I think just based on, I think the direction you're going, this bill draft does not address the costs that are charged by an air ambulance provider or service provider. The 10th Circuit has held that that is preempted by the Airline Deregulation Act. This bill draft does not address that.
Okay. No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah. No, that's a good question. Yeah. Okay. Then what we're going to do is move into public comment. I'll take these things sort of in the order as we always do with the state agency, and then we'll move through the other groups. But before we do, I also because I received 17 comments through our system on this, and I would say a couple of general things about that. First of all, every one of those comments will be put in our legislative record. Okay. 2 is I really appreciated the comments. They all were of a constructive tone, no matter where they fell with them. And I thought that just to speak to them overall, we're very supportive of consumer protection. So I just wanted to make those because that was quite frankly, a large amount of comments and very, very well received. And I'm sure all the committee read through those. And I thank everybody who submitted them. So with that, Commissioner Rood, if you would introduce yourself, just a second, Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for sake of review really quick, and I really appreciate LSO staff, Brian, for that overview, but just because this is such a huge issue for most of us that got so much attention from our constituents and such, but I really feel like Representative O'Hearn is at a very big disadvantage here. And so when our Mr. Rood starts, could he give us a really quick difference of why we're here? Just for a quick, brief, very, very brief overview of why the difference between the two. I mean, really, really, really brief, maybe indulge us.
Okay. Commissioner, and again, if you'll introduce yourself, I think what Representative Duncan is alluding to is where were we a year ago? And then where we were with this legislation that imposed the heavier regulation and what we're trying to address with it, I think. So go ahead, Commissioner. Somebody keeps switching their screen so you can jump around on me. I'll keep you tracked down. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I hope you can hear me all right.
Yeah, my audio's it's a little rough, but go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, committee members, my name is Jeff Rood. I'm the Insurance Commissioner for Wyoming. So the briefest of backgrounds here starts probably 2 or 3 years ago when the legislature was trying to tackle some of the costs of air ambulances. And what they did is they passed a bill, and one small provision of that bill said in the future, in 2020, we're going to make air ambulance memberships be included in the definition of a disability insurer. And so when that happens, they have to meet all the requirements of a disability insurer, which are fairly extensive. And we ended up having only one company meet those requirements. None of the other air ambulance memberships, companies selling memberships did, and therefore they were having to stop their memberships. And there's sort of a groundswell because air ambulance services are important to the state. And then we all were hit pretty hard with a request for a change. And so when we met at this last meeting here with Minerals, the discussion was really, can we come up with something that protects consumers, yet still is easier for the air ambulance companies to choose, entice them to offer memberships. And sort of that's where we're at with this bill. So I hope that answers any questions. I'll certainly answer anything as they come up.
No, I think that does, and a good synopsis. If, maybe your comments on the bill, and then you have some proposed amendments, and maybe we could address those with the committee. So just your overall comments and thoughts, and then maybe look at your amendments, Commissioner.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you also did a great job. This was a hard bill for the reasons you explained. And it's hard because we want to be sure we encompass the two types of air ambulance entities we're talking about. On one hand, we're talking about the helicopters that we see, the Reach, the Life Flight, all of those companies that employ the pilots and the doctors. But then we also have other entities that basically reimburse the cost, and they don't fly aircraft and they don't own the aircraft. So we had to make sure both of those fit in here. And so one of the proposed changes I have, I'll just start down them, interrupt me as need be. I thought on page 2, the initial definition was a little bit cumbersome and maybe a little confusing. When you look at line 8 and it references other considerations of a company that provides access. Well, I mean, really, we're talking about a company that gives discounts or waives their fees. And so I proposed, and if you think it's better, that after the word provides, we just include discounts for their cost of services or the cost of services provided by any other ambulance company. And I would get rid of the rest of that. And I think that covers both of those entities, the traditional air ambulance company and the non-traditional. And it just made a little more sense to me. Going further down on page 2, lines 13 to 18, I think we needed to insert a couple words here. There's references here about how the air ambulance organization shall contract with healthcare providers and provider networks. Well, it's possible that they don't. I mean, it's possible that they just are an air ambulance company that sells memberships to individuals or to the people of a certain county or to all the employees of a business. And so I would recommend that on line 15, after the word providers, we insert individuals, employees, or groups. I think that covers everybody. And I don't think there's any loophole here for a company that doesn't, for example, have a contract with providers or healthcare providers.
Okay, sorry, I was reading that. And I may ask Mr. Fuller to pop on. My reading of that subsection B, Commissioner, is that that they have the contracts with the people providing the services. This isn't referring to the individual consumers of the plan. Is that, Brian, is that right? Or is a commissioner helping us by putting both sides of the equation in?
Mr. Chairman, I think the intent here is this deals with the providers instead of the contracts with the individuals, which I believe are addressed later. That said, though, I think the change is a fine one to make. I mean, it certainly adds clarity to this, particularly if if there is a contract with an individual to fly. I mean, I don't know how realistic it would be, but if a single person or single entity operate air ambulance, adding that language would cover them at least.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Yep.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'll continue on my third suggestion was on page 5, line 17. I'm sorry, line 7. I would recommend changing 14 days to 21 days. I think our office, if we're all here, 14 days is fine. We're a little bit like the basketball team on Hoosiers. We're really good, but we don't have a bench. And so if 1 or 2 people are gone, I think 14 days would be kind of tight for us. So I throw that out there for you to consider. Next, looking at, let's see. I think I gave you the wrong page for that. That was page 5, line 7 is what I referenced. I hope I gave you the right.
You did, Commissioner.
Okay. So then next up, the staff comment on page 6. I think you had noted the possible conflict This is what we do with other entities in the insurance world. We give them a grace period with a failure to renew on time. We basically charge them a late fee that's equal to the renewal fee. Until the renewal kicks in, they can't write new memberships. And if they fail to renew within that extended year, they have to start over again and apply for a registration. So the verbiage there is, we could insert where appropriate, an air ambulance membership organization may renew their registration for up to 1 year after expiration by paying a late fee in addition to the renewal fee. The late fee will be equal to the renewal fee. An air ambulance membership organization may not sign up new members until the registration is renewed or a new registration is approved. They're still on the hook for the services. They're still under our control for consumer complaints. They just can't write any new business.
Okay.
So, and then page 6, line 23, I'd recommend the word change from get rid of hearing held and replace it with an opportunity for a hearing. We have many instances where a person has a right to a hearing, but they've just given up, if you will. They don't even want to respond to us. And so while they have the right to a hearing, they defaulted. And that could apply here. Let's say a company goes into bankruptcy and they just don't respond to us. We would, as it's written, before we take their license, we'd actually have to go to a hearing, even if they're not even responding to us in any way, shape, or form. So I'd recommend that change. They still have the same rights they normally would have. And looking at page 9, line 4, the same verbiage change is recommended from hearing held on line 4 to opportunity for a hearing for the same reason. And then lastly, on page 13, line 7, I'd recommend deleting or, and on line 8, I would, after the word marketer, I would also add the words agent or broker. There are marketers, but we also have agents or brokers who sell these products too. And we experienced that in this past year. In the end, though, we're going to hold the company responsible for their marketing materials and the people who market their products, whether they're a licensed agent doing this or if they're just a marketer who's not a licensed agent. So, and with that, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for recommended changes. I'd be happy to answer any questions on anything else.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I just want to make sure my understanding is clear with regard to air ambulance services coming into the state in terms of the applicability of this or not. So someone has been transported out via one of these ambulance services, and then they're transported back into the state from out of state. How does this apply to those that haven't gone through the certification process?
Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, it comes down to the contract. If they don't have if they have a membership with the company that's flying them, then that applies. If someone is not registered in our state, and I think maybe that's where the question was going, they are not able to sell a membership. They still provide services, and they wouldn't get the benefit of the membership if it applied. There is one company that they are registered. They are slightly different, and they will pay fees towards any company that picks you up. So in an instance, if you have them, it doesn't matter who picks you up, where they pick you up, where you originate, where you end, that applies. But if they're not registered in the state, all this does is deal with memberships. Companies are still flying. The flights that occurred last year are still flying this year. It's just whether they're selling memberships.
Okay. Committee? Okay. Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Root, was there any input on this from from any of the companies providing the memberships? That was an issue we had before, that the people providing memberships never said anything about the bill.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhart, I know, for example, the attorney representing Guardian, who's up next to me after me, I know that Guardian has gone through the licensing process in Nebraska. And they commented, and I think I'll quote him fairly when he said, to be a disability insurer is too arduous a task. It's too difficult. They were certainly more willing to consider this sort of regulation light. And I do note I was provided a copy of the registration from Guardian that they do actually are certified in Nebraska. So that would indicate to me a willingness to comply with this site type. Have they looked at it ahead of time? I don't know.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to be clear, we had numerous issues with the bill from 2019 where it turned these into, in effect, disability insurance and companies stopped writing memberships. And that's what I heard about, was that people in my district lost their memberships and couldn't get them. So does this bill solve that problem?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhardt, it solves the problem if the companies are still willing to comply with it. I mean, we can't make them register. And if they don't register, they're not selling memberships. But this is much easier to comply with than it is to be a disability insurer. There's no question about that.
Another follow-up, Mr. Chairman. So the $500 registration fee, how does that compare to what other states are doing?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhardt, I think I would defer to LSO. I think they took it from Nebraska. I haven't done a cost comparison. There's a handful of states that have different types of registration. But I was almost under the assumption that it came from Nebraska.
And Representative Burkhardt, Mr. Menser will be speaking on behalf of at least part of the industry. And the commissioner's correct. That's the fee that came out of the Nebraska statute. Just we looked at a couple. Nebraska is what we went with. So, okay. Commissioner, Representative Burkhardt, do you have any more questions? Or okay. So, Commissioner, I'd like to draw your attention to page 8 regarding the staff comment, because this goes directly to the regulation out of your office. And is it better, I guess, is the question, that we would put after, so that's 90 days. How would you interpret that? And do we need to have more clarity in terms of that they would then be revoked? Or would you just simply issue a cease and desist letter and proceed that way?
Mr. Chairman, as I read this now, I always like the option of clarifying with rules. I don't like to have to make rules if they're not necessary, but sometimes things need to be clarified. As I read this now, it looks as though it's 90 days. And then after that, I think we would have to come up with a good reason to continue it, or actually to seek the cease and desist order, or actually go to a hearing. Put them on notice to go to a hearing. And that's how I read it without changes right now.
Okay, no, thank you. I was just curious with that. Okay. Then one more question for you, because I know in a prior testimony or discussion that you had received, in essence, consumer complaints, and that was one of the concerns, is that you had no way prior to this new law going into effect to address those. Does this give you the tool to ensure that these providers are playing fair and treating consumers fairly? Does this give you those tools?
Mr. Chairman, I like what's in the bill. I think it is good. I think it's adequate. I like the ability to look at advertising. The more recent calls we've received are from Medicare recipients who feel a little embarrassed that they didn't know that some of this was covered by Medicare, and this would address that. And I like the fact we can look at the contracts And so there's nothing here that's missing that I automatically think, oh, we have to have. I think Nebraska's did a good job, and I think also did a good job transitioning that to our bill.
Okay, well, thank you. All right, yeah, Senator Hanko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess, we've had a company up here, and of course, that's the one we've had all the input on. And my understanding of why they didn't want to register, they didn't want to be treated as a disability company or disability insurance. Does this alleviate, answer me this if you would, please, does this alleviate the concerns that this particular company might have in choosing to register?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Coe, absolutely it does. This specifies very clearly these memberships have to say they're not insurance. They're taken out of the definition of disability insurance, and so they should have no concerns along those lines.
Okay, all right. Well, why don't let's move to Mr. Mintzer, because he might be able to answer, because I think Senator Coe, he represents a company in Park County as well as the one here in Washington County and elsewhere. So Mr. Mintzer, if you would introduce yourself to the committee again, who you represent, and then you're in the bill, please.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman Greer. My name is Richard Mintzer. I'm an attorney with Hearst Applegate down in Cheyenne. I represent, for these purposes, it's Air Medcare Network, which is an association of various air ambulance providers. So they're the ones that actually fly the flights. In Wyoming, I think it's primarily Guardian at this time who has bases, but also Reach and some other companies that have bases just over the border, for example, in Nebraska or Colorado, those kinds of places. The first thing that I wanted to start with was, in reading the bill, there seemed to be some assumptions that weren't quite accurate, or maybe some misconceptions, and Commissioner Ruud touched on a couple of those. And one had to do with the definition of an air ambulance membership organization. And to give a little background and context, as I understand it, there's basically 3 different types of organizations that sell memberships. One is an air ambulance provider. So it's actually the one that owns the aircraft, that provides the service, that sends the bills out. And what they do is they agree that if you pay this membership fee, then you will not, any amount that the consumer would be responsible for above and beyond whatever comes from a third-party payor, such as insurance, Medicare, workers' comp, whatever, that the consumer would not be responsible for that. It's considered prepaid in full. Now, that would include balance bills that you probably heard about over the course of the last year or two. It would also include any deductibles or copays. So what it does is, for the small fee, the consumer doesn't pay anything. The second type of air ambulance membership organization is kind of an offshoot of what I just talked about. And that can be companies that still own their own aircraft. They're the ones who are sending out the bills and actually providing the service. And they offer a membership, but then sometimes they will enter into agreements with other providers, with other air ambulance providers, and have some sort of a reciprocity agreement, which basically expands the geographical reach of when you get flown, and will it be flown by someone who's part of your membership. I don't know much about the reciprocity contracts and exactly how it works between those companies. I'm not sure if we have any of those in Wyoming. I know there's one on the West Coast and up in the Northwest, but that's another type. The third type that Commissioner Ruud alluded to is you have at least one company who really doesn't own any aircraft, or at least doesn't own aircraft in Wyoming or the Wyoming area. And they sell memberships and then agree to pay some or all of the costs that would go to the consumer. And again, I think, as the commissioner mentioned, you'd have to look at the contract to see if there's any limitations. My understanding is sometimes they may not pay the full amount of the bill, but have a limit, and that type of thing. And as you can tell, and why I think it's important to keep in mind the different types of organizations, is it largely goes to the whole idea of ensuring financial responsibility. Because with the first instance, you don't have a situation where the membership organization is ever going to have to pay a claim because they own the planes. They're the ones who send the bills. They just agree, we're not going to send you a bill. The reciprocity may or may not, depending on the, whatever the agreements are. And then the third one, of course, if you're paying claims, because you don't operate any of the aircraft, then it starts sounding a whole lot more like insurance than just a membership organization. Another thing to keep in mind, one thing I noticed in the definition section is it talked about guaranteeing the right to air ambulance services. That's not how air ambulance works. Nobody can guarantee that you're going to get picked up by any certain aircraft operated by any certain company. It just doesn't work that way. And if anybody tries to guarantee that, then I think they've got a problem. The reason for that, and part of it has to do with service area. I noticed service area used in the bill in a couple of different places. Companies in the industry also use the term service area, but it doesn't mean the same thing in air ambulance that you may generally think of it in other businesses. The way the industry works is you have both fixed wing and rotor wing bases. And a base is basically a location where you have one aircraft located, and then they may have a small, office and storage area, and then a place locally to house the crew who's on duty 24/7. The limits of an aircraft that could start getting into the idea of service area is the flight range of the aircraft. So if you've got a rotor wing base and you've got a helicopter somewhere, they have a much smaller service area because the flight range is much more limited. I think it's somewhere around 150 miles. If you've got a fixed wing aircraft, a regular airplane, then obviously you've got a lot more range. So, there was some idea, I think, in talking about the disclosure of where the flights operate and where they don't operate. And that's really a pretty muddy question in this area because, for example, if you've got a rotor wing base in Gillette and somebody gets hurt out at one of the mines, well, they may be the first call of the doctor or the first responders, but they may also be out on another call and simply aren't available. And the way I understand it is when that happens, whether it's 911 dispatch or the hospital or the doctor, whoever, they'll go down the list for other bases in the area that have an aircraft that's capable of transporting the patient to wherever it is they need to go. So it's not as simple as just saying, I've got a rotor wing in such and such town, and that's my service area, and I can guarantee you that I'm going to answer every call that comes in, because you just can't do it for availability. And then you also have other things like FAA regulations. You can have weather issues, any number of things. And from what I've heard anecdotally, sometimes that is the source or the reason for a consumer complaint is not completely understanding that limitation. So that's something else to keep in mind. And to give you an idea of the breadth or the scope of air ambulance in Wyoming, when we were working on the last bill, the Medicaid for All bill, Franz Fuchs at the Department of Health had done a lot of work and research into all of this. And if I remember right, the number was that there were 14 bases in Wyoming. So it's not like every town has a helicopter or a plane. It's a limited resource. It's an infrequently used resource. Sometimes planes or aircraft or choppers get called in from towns outside of Wyoming. But I think that's, that kind of background is something to keep in mind as you work through this bill. The other thing to keep in mind, which I think people don't always think of.
Mr. Mintzer.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a second here, because where do you see in the bill where we fall short? The companies you represent certify and operate under a similar scheme in Nebraska, don't they? Where does this draft fall short?
Well, I think the two definitions that Commissioner Rude mentioned, I think it was in B and C, falls short, just because it doesn't now I haven't seen his amendments, and that may answer those concerns. The bigger place that it falls short from our perspective is that while we think the disclosure, the consumer protection portions, I think some of it can be a little clunky or cumbersome either for the consumer or for us. I think those are all generally good. I think we can provide and plan to provide some suggestions on how some of those may be simplified and tightened up. What concerns us is that while we are nothing like an insurance company, because we do own all our own aircraft, this really doesn't look like regulation light to us from the inspection and enforcement standpoint. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, if we're not paying any claims, then I have to ask, what is what exactly is the state going to be looking for when it comes to financial responsibility? I get it if a company's paying claims. That's just like an insurance company. But if it's not, I don't think it's a one size fits all. And largely in some of the inspection and enforcement portions, particularly 303 and 304, it seems like the bill says, okay, you're not an insurance company, but we're still going to treat you like one. And therein lies the problem. And simply because, 304, for example, under the powers of the commissioner doesn't require cause to trigger that. 303 does require it. And the idea of the state having unfettered access into a private business, which I think arguably this could be read to provide, is pretty uncommon. It's not uncommon in the sense of insurance, but obviously insurance, there's a need to heavily regulate the companies since they are collecting money and have to pay claims.
So then part of my question is companies you represent operate in Nebraska that operate under this same statutory scheme. So you're finding that unworkable in Nebraska?
No, I don't think this is the same statutory scheme. The Nebraska statute, I think, is 3 pages. This one is well over 20. I do get the point and understand that unlike Nebraska, this speaks directly to air ambulance companies, which Nebraska is more prepaid or discounted medical services. I don't think that specificity is necessarily bad, particularly when you get into the various disclosure requirements and all of that type of thing. But I don't think Nebraska goes as far on a lot of the inspection and enforcement part. And it's not to say that there shouldn't be any, but I think it needs to be reasonable in light of who you're regulating. And that's one of the reasons I mentioned the 3 different types of companies at the outset.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mintzer, you testified previously several times. Have you ever proposed anything and brought anything to us as a solution?
I have only discussed it some at the very beginning with Commissioner Rude. I do plan to provide some comments on the specific parts. We had quite a few, and we only had really about a week to try to get everybody on our end to weigh in and then, aggregate all of these thoughts. So it is something I plan to provide to the committee in the very near future. And I would also like to be able to see Commissioner Rood's amendments, since that, as I mentioned, that may alleviate, at least some of the concerns that we have with it. But I think there's a lot of good stuff in the bill, but there's some portions that are concerning to us.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Duncan.
Thank you. So no, you have not, to answer my question, no, you have not brought anything forward as a solution?
Not to the committee, other than when we discussed it some at the very last meeting. I did bring some solutions forward to labor, but that didn't have really anything to do with membership at the time. That was more of the pricing issue.
Thank you.
Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Minzer, you mentioned that you feel there are 3 different categories for these air ambulance services. Do you feel each of them or a combination of them should have different rules? Say the air ambulance service that provides their own membership doesn't use a third party versus the third party that is contracted and then sells memberships.
I don't think so, as far as, the disclosure type of things, the advertising type of things. I mean, I think if you're, any company that's selling a membership needs to be transparent and open and honest and upfront with the consumer. So not in that regard. I do, in terms of the whole financial responsibility part of it, and then what comes with that in terms of inspections, looking at companies' books and all of that type of thing. And for exactly the reason I mentioned. I mean, I think if you're paying claims, I think the state has an interest in that. If you're not paying claims, I'm not sure, using legal jargon, there's a rational basis for it.
Okay, go ahead, continue. I'm going to try to keep us on. Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to note that Commissioner Rood's changes are posted now as part of the meeting materials, and I think a copy was sent directly to Mr. Minzer as well.
Okay, thank you.
I don't remember seeing it, but I've been out of town the last 3 days. I could have missed it, and if I did, my bad. That was a couple other things to mention. One is the third-party payor. I know there's been a concern about Medicare recipients. I talked with Tom Laycock some about that. A couple things in that regard is that, as I understand it, and I do not claim to be an expert, Denise Burke would know a lot better, what Medicare covers and to what extent depends on what type of Medicare supplement insurance you buy. And I'm not quite Medicare age yet, so I don't know, but I think some may pay virtually everything. Some may leave the consumer with a 20% copay or some kind of deductibles. That can be the same type of thing for insurance, quite frankly, and doesn't necessarily leave the Medicare recipient in any different boat than someone with private insurance would be. And I think in that regard, it would be important to let the consumer know both sides of it. It's not just, I mean, if anybody assumes that just because you're Medicare, everything is going to be paid, that's not necessarily accurate. So while I think it's important to encourage the consumer to check with their supplemental plan, I know some of the various companies also point out that depending on what kind of plan you have, you may be left with a 20% copay. A couple others.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I mean, on that point, the draft legislation says that Medicare may cover this, and you would require or advise the person buying the plan to speak to a Medicare expert. Doesn't that cover that concern?
I think it does. I think we may be able to clarify it a little bit more, and I will make a suggestion in that regard. I'm not complaining about that provision at all. I'm just saying we want to make sure that we don't go too far one way or the other. That was all. And one of the other things was and I've got, like I say, numerous points on different paragraphs that I will send to you. But one other one was on the prohibited terms. I think if you have something like that, then you take away the ability to accurately describe the coverage. Because, for example, if the membership plan is going to pay for a Medicare copay, it's pretty hard to describe that if you don't use the word copay. Or you can't say this is not insurance without using the word insurance. But I think even if something like that is removed, and if the commissioner is looking at the advertisements or the flyers, I would think the commission would have, the leeway to say, are you being honest in what you're disclosing to people, or is it misleading? I just happen to notice that it's hard to talk about the product if you have a bunch of prohibited words.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Mintzer? Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I think I'll move to Tom Laycock next, please, for comments. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we leave, Mr. Messer, could you speak to the, I think these are important, the inspection, enforcement, financial assurance features. Do you think our proposed draft contains those adequately from your perspective in terms of who you represent?
Mr. Mintzer, your microphone is off. Turn it back on. Thank you.
I think if you don't if the membership company is not paying claims, then there's no reason to worry about financial responsibility any more than any other business in the state, and whether they stay afloat, which the legislature does not concern itself with. If you're paying claims and you're taking money and you're promising somebody that we're going to pay this and it requires you to pay it to some other party, then I think you get into more of a situation where there is a legitimate interest in looking at that. So it's not that inspection and enforcement is all bad. It's that in some situations, there doesn't appear to be a basis for it, and it still seems like it's treating the companies as insurance, even though it doesn't call it insurance.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Mintzer? We'll move on. Okay, thank you. Mr. Laycock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Tom Laycock, Associate State Director for Advocacy and Communications at AARP Wyoming. I want to thank you guys for taking the time today. I want to thank Commissioner Rood. Thank you for joining us. We appreciated the Hoosiers reference, and just know that you've always been the Jimmy Chitwood of state government in my mind. So today I wanted to ask for some basic consumer protections in the form of these disclosures on marketing materials and whatnot that we've been talking about, to explain what coverage Medicare may provide beneficiaries in the area of air ambulance. Those are the ones that we've been talking about a little bit today. Ideally, the language would be drafted by the Department of Insurance and encourage those considering an air ambulance membership solicitation or marketing collateral to be informed that existing Medicare and Medicare Part B supplemental insurance policies should be consulted before purchase of an air ambulance membership, as Medicare does provide at least some coverage of air ambulance transportation. As Mr. Mintzer mentioned, air ambulance flights are generally covered at 80% of the cost of care by Medicare. Now, that granted that there are some stipulations on that. You're going to go to the closest facility that can actually provide that service. Many Medicare Part B supplements cover some or all of the rest of the costs. Now that moves from a little bit of, you can buy a lot of different Medicare Part B supplements anywhere from $50 a month to $200 to $400 a month, just all depending on where you want to sit in terms of your deductible, your copay, things like that. So, but that can cover some of or all of the rest of the cost of care. Statistically speaking, Wyoming has been very responsible in this realm in picking up what we refer to as Medigap policies, with over 50% of those eligible in the state holding a Medigap policy. So that's actually the fourth highest rate in the country. So we feel like the citizens are doing a nice job of kind of picking up what coverage they can to take care of themselves. Medicare's coverage of air ambulance costs is information that's been unknown to most, but we are working to spread that word in 2020. AARP Wyoming and the Department of Insurance teamed together on an informational campaign to let our members and all Wyomingites over the age of 65 know what coverage they have through Medicare. We've actually printed a column written by the Department of Insurance in our newsletter, which goes out to 50,000 homes in the state. We produced a radio story run by 16 different stations with an estimated audience of over 80,000. And a social media post that we put on Facebook garnered about 6,000 views with a lot of likes, a lot of comments, and we'll continue that campaign throughout the year. Commissioner Rue talked about the law that went into effect in April of this last year, requiring registration of companies to sell air ambulance memberships with the Department of Insurance. That law caused some confusion amongst those who already had memberships, and the reaction really showed how many of these air ambulance membership services really target those age 60 and over. From April to last week, the Department of Insurance has taken over 540 phone calls on the subject, and estimates that I have are over about 80% of those calls came from those who are Medicare eligible. Of the remaining 20%, it's thought that a number of those callers were probably from spouses or caregivers who, once again, are Medicare eligible. So it's not completely unusual for disclosures like this to be written within the state. The state already requires disclosures on things like acceptable materials in homes, replacement parts for auto insurance, and healthcare sharing ministries. So in closing, we thank you for putting these disclosures in the first draft of the bill. We think it will offer some peace of mind and a little bit of help for folks to understand, frankly, whether or not a membership is something they need. We just want to give them the information. From there, it's up to them to figure out what they feel that they need for themselves as well as their families. So I thank you for taking the time today, and I'll be happy to stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Laycock. Committee, any questions for Mr. Laycock? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Tom, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Okay, next I have, and I think Jeremiah Riemann, did you want to go first, or Commissioner Franzen? I'll let you go first, Jeremiah.
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, I'd defer to the commissioner first, and I'll be happy to follow up after him.
Well, you know, I spent a greater part of my legal career cleaning up after Commissioner Franzen. You understand? All right. Yeah, Commissioner Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Ryman there. So I appreciate that. And anyway, so Mr. Chairman, we appreciate the direction the committee is going with this draft bill to help provide a cost-effective essential service to our residents. The written agreements that start on page 11, line 18, through page 13, line 11, is extremely close to the agreement that Washakie County has in place with an air ambulance company that provides life flight services to our residents. So again, I'm going to keep it pretty brief here. Again, we appreciate the direction the committee is going with this. And I understand that there is, you know, a need that we need to have some type of reckoning for helping our consumers out here. And I believe that this here does. It sounds like there's some language that needs to be cleaned up on it. But again, the direction that the committee is going, thank you very much. I appreciate it and support you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions for Commissioner Franzen? Okay. Well, thank you. Mr. Ryman, you want to, any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of Wyoming County Commissioners. Certainly express our appreciation for your continued evaluation of this issue. This is something that's of importance to our members, not only Washakie County, but many other counties are looking at the model that Washakie County has developed to see if that's an appropriate path forward for them. We do appreciate as well the inclusion of a number of provisions that give consideration to the role of local governments, in particular, in our case, counties, in the draft bill that can be found on various pages, including 16, 19, and 21. Mr. Fuller certainly went over those. And we understand that some revisions may be necessary. It's not our bailiwick necessarily, but we would work with the committee, work with the other individuals interested in this topic to ensure that this continues to move forward. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ryman. Committee, any questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. That's all I had listed to testify. So with that, we'll close public testimony today. What's the committee thinking on it? What's the committee's pleasure? Representative Duncan.
I'd like to move the bill.
Okay, it's been moved by Representative Duncan, seconded by, I'm gonna go with Senator Hank Coe, Senator Rothfuss. Okay. Representative Duncan, discussion.
Yes, I would like to, well, I don't know if you want to discuss first, but I would like to, in its entirety, move the Department of Insurance's amendments.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Representative Henderson? Okay, Representative Duncan, before we go to discussion, if we do that, and Mr. Fuller may be able to help us, but I believe if we take their amendments, we would need to also include a deletion on page 16 of subsection B and then renumber as appropriate. Mr. Fuller, would that be appropriate?
Mr. Chairman, I think you depending on what the committee wants to do with that, I mean, it could go a couple different ways. I mean, those provisions could just be deleted. Alternatively, if the committee determines or believes that there should be some sort of additional penalty for failing to provide that annual report, it could specify something different than a per day penalty.
Okay, Representative Duncan, I'll back off your motion and let you go ahead and move forward with discussion.
Okay, if you guys think that you want to do something different outside of what the department discussed with the how it had written, I'm amendable to that.
Well, in order to keep things clear, why don't we do this? You've got a motion to adopt the department's amendments in whole that have been seconded.
Mm-hmm.
Just go ahead and work that or discuss that, and then we'll deal with that issue
separately.
Yeah, let's just do that.
Okay.
Any discussion on Representative Duncan's motion? In discussion committee? Okay. Question, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, those opposed? Okay, so one opposed. Okay, that motion will pass. Okay, with that in mind, why don't we, let's go ahead and work this. Is there any other general or comprehensive motions? We'll work this page by page. Okay, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5. Okay, on page 6 is probably a policy item to discuss, committee. And I think Commissioner Root had given us how he would interpret that, so we could leave that alone. Any discussion, any further discussion on that staff comment?
Mr. Chairman, are you talking about the one on page 6?
I'm on page 6. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to watch the screen and look at the paper. Yeah, page 6. Sorry. Okay. All right. We'll continue. Page 7. Okay. Page 8. Okay. Page 9. page 10, page 11, page 12, okay, page 13, okay, page 14. The chair's not to bring a motion typically, but let me comment that in section C, we're creating a misdemeanor. I don't like that. I would be open to the idea of just having it be a civil penalty for anyone who aids and abets versus being, yeah, Representative Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to strike the misdemeanor.
Okay, seconded by Representative Henderson. Okay. Any discussion?
Yeah, what does that mean when we say we're going to strike that? Is we're going to strike the whole paragraph C or just part of it?
Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would be striking the paragraph and leaving it as a civil penalty. And we might want to work in the future as we look at this in this session. Maybe the civil penalty is not sufficient. Maybe we can do better with that. But I think removing the criminal penalty is rational.
Okay, Brian, do you, Mr. Fuller, you understand?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that we would delete out of the bill draft lines 10 through 15 on page 14.
Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? We're clear on the amendment? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. That amendment passes. Okay. Page 15.
And then, Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt. I guess I would just note in light of that motion, if the committee wanted to address subsection D on page 14 as well, as that is another criminal penalty that's included in the bill draft.
Sorry, I missed that one, Mr. Fuller. Committee Senator Rothfuss.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's basically all criminal penalties. Let's deal with it as civil fines and penalties only. And again, we can take a look and see if we need to improve upon those in the future. But I think as a first round, we'll remove the criminal penalties. So I think deleting all of D as well. Let's double check there's nothing else there that needs to be there. No, I don't see anything there that isn't related to the criminal penalty. So remove paragraph D as well. We'll do that by a separate motion since we already voted on the first.
Yeah, so you heard the motion. It was seconded by Burkhart, or Representative Burkhart. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, again, unanimous. That amendment passes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Fuller. I missed that. Okay, page 15. Okay, then page 16. And again, so with the amendment from the Department of Health, we give sort of a 1 year, somewhat of a grace period, much like we do, which is 2 years, but for business. Representative Henderson.
Apologize for the interruption, Mr. Chairman, but the bottom of page 14 and subparagraph D, is that along the same lines as B and C?
Well, Representative Henderson, you already voted to remove it.
I did.
Yes, you did.
Know that.
Good job, Henderson. Yeah.
Brilliant. You don't even know it.
Good committee. Good committee.
All right. Back on 16. What the commission is amendment that we adopted said you would pay a double fee, a late fee equal to the amount of the filing fee. So I guess the question is do we want an additional penalty, or can we just strike subsection B at the bottom of 16 in total? That would be the policy decision. I think leaving it as is a bit onerous myself.
And Mr. Chairman, I guess I would just note subsection B actually does two things. So there is that monetary penalty, but then on line 20, it also specifies that the organization is ineligible for renewal. And the committee may want to treat those two items separately as matters of policy.
Okay, let me. Okay, so in that, okay, Senator Rothfuss, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I don't know that it matters too much if we remove this or leave it. Realistically, it's not very onerous. It's not a very substantial fine in the end. I don't know that it does a lot for it to be there. Obviously, I think the one thing here is that they have to put themselves in good order, so to speak, based on page 16, lines 20 and 21 before they would be renewed. So whatever their problems are have to be remedied before the renewal. That's a worthwhile clause. I don't know that anything else matters. That's my feeling.
Yeah, so Senator Rothfuss, in that vein, page 16, line 21, you'd insert a period after remedied and then delete the rest all the way through line 7 on page 17.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion. That does capture exactly what I said.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. Does everyone understand the amendment?
No.
Okay. On page 16, line 21. So it said that they seeking to renewal, they can't until they'll be ineligible for renewal until any deficiency is remedied, period. And then what we're doing is striking the daily monetary penalty, which carries on to page 17 through line 7.
Okay, thank you.
Guys, see some nodding heads. All right, discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay. Again, that's a unanimous vote. That amendment will pass. Okay. Anything further on page 17? Page 18? Okay, page 19. Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I have an amendment, questions, whatever, on Romanet 2. Cannot use any of these terms. I don't know how you describe some of this without some of these terms. I don't know, it's a discussion. I don't know that I have an amendment, but.
Yeah. Oh, Senator Rothfuss, sorry. I'm doing a bad job. I'm doing more reading than chairing. Sorry.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Addressing Representative Burkhart's consideration, I think these entities are very explicitly and through the public testimony that was just provided, unequivocally trying to delineate themselves from any type of insurance provision. They want a bright line drawn. And if they want that bright line and they don't want to be covered in any way as an insurance provider or subject to any insurance provision, I really support having this Romanet 2 there because it basically prohibits them from providing any confusion where they get to advertise as or appearing to be an insurance entity while not providing that service. So I think we're in the clear, and maybe we can ask back to their representatives and their stakeholders, but I think we're okay with it.
Let me go to Chairman Anderson and then you, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Senator Rothfuss. I don't want them using any of those terms if they're just a member organization and not an insurance operation. So I think it's completely appropriate that those words are in there.
Representative Burkhart, then Duncan.
Mr. Chairman, my concern would be if one of these organizations puts in bold letters on the front of its advertising, this is not insurance and should not be considered insurance. They just violated this section of statute. That's my concern is that how do they say it's not insurance without using the word insurance?
Representative Duncan.
They're very clever, because if they're clever enough to get these people to think that they were insurance in the first place and they weren't insurance, they'll figure it out. Because the thing is this, they were so adamant about not wanting to fall underneath the disability insurance and not comply with this, then they're going to be willing to fall under this new bill draft, because they're the ones that came to us all upset about it. So I'm all about truth in advertising. You are not insurance, so you're going to comply that you're not going to market yourself in any way, shape, or form that you are anything even close to this. So I agree.
So, I'm going to go just pile on a little bit, Representative Burkhardt. You have to read, if you read the whole section in total, what it says is they won't use these terms, insurance, health plan, copay, et cetera, or any other term that the commissioner designates that could reasonably mislead a person into believing the air ambulance membership plan is insurance. So if they say in bold letters, this is not insurance, I don't think that would be reasonable to believe that the consumer would think it was. But I think read that in total, it might alleviate some of your concern. Or not. Representative Burkhardt.
Mr. Chairman, I do understand, and then I guess my follow-up to that would be, is giving the commissioner that authority to define what terms can be used in advertising.
Yeah, that's a whole different question. Okay, you have an amendment?
Not right now. I hadn't given it enough thought until we started discussing it.
Okay, Representative, let's go with Brian Fuller and then Representative Duncan.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhardt, I suppose to directly respond to your concern, one possibility would be to remove the word insurance and then at the end of that paragraph, add a sentence that says, an organization shall not use the term insurance in its advertisements or marketings except as provided in paragraph C1 of this section. And that's on page 19, line 21. That's the requirement for that disclosure that it's not insurance. So you could specifically exclude that use of the term, but still leave that general prohibition in.
Okay, Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Burkhardt, we have this issue all the time in the Real Estate Commission, and the commission decides what's appropriate, what's not appropriate in real estate advertising and such. And they make the rules all the time, and we have to abide by them. So the fact that the Insurance Commission has to make those rules makes me, I don't know if it makes you comfortable, but I'm perfectly comfortable with this. To make sure that the public is well aware and well understand what is or isn't insurance.
Okay. Representative Burkhardt, you have the last word, or you get an amendment? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, then I would propose an amendment using the language proposed by staff, by Mr. Fuller.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Senator Beitman. So as I understand that amendment, what we would do is strike insurance on page 18, line 17. And then that's covered over here on page 19, section C, with a specific disclosure.
Correct.
And yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess just to clarify or repeat what I had mentioned, we would delete the word insurance on page 18, line 17. And then on page 18, line 22, after insurance, we would add a period and say an air ambulance membership organization shall not use the term insurance in its advertisements or marketing except as provided in in paragraph C1 of this section, which is the disclosure that this is not insurance.
Okay. Vice Chair Burkhardt, is that?
That's my meaning, exactly.
Okay. All right. Senator Beitman, you seconded. Is that okay? Any further discussion, committee? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really understand how that's better, I guess. Is it just so that they could say the words on the form, this is not insurance? Because if I'm trying to mislead somebody, I would use two different font sizes. I would write, this is not, in a very gray text that blends nicely in with the background in about, size 6 font, and then a nice 14 to 24 font in dark that stands right out with the word insurance. I think we're cleaner just saying thou shalt not. So I think I'm going to resist the motion, but I am curious if I'm missing something in terms of the intent. If there's more to it, then maybe I can be persuaded.
Chairman Anderson.
I agree with Senator Rothfuss. We're trying to rewrite this on the run here, and we're not improving it. I think we ought to leave it alone. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Representative Burkhart.
Mr. Chairman, in other sections in here, we actually spell out what font they can use.
Okay, any further discussion, committee? Okay, sensing a split vote, everybody who is in favor of the motion, raise your hand and hold it there. Okay, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3. Those opposed, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, that proposed amendment fails. Okay, anything further on page 18? Page 19? Page 20? Page 21? Page 22? Okay, and then page 23, page 24. I will say there may be some merit to bifurcating the effective date and maybe have that the commission could start rulemaking on this becoming enacted into law, and then the law become effective on July 1. That was discussed. If anybody else on the committee feels that's appropriate? Okay, Senator Anderson, is that a motion? Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Senator Rothfuss. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand.
Bifurcate.
Okay, all those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, so 1 opposed. Okay, that amendment will pass. Okay, any further discussions on this bill? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think there might be some merit to some of the discussion points and staff comment on pages 22 and 23. I don't think we're ready to really get to those right now. So, I think the bill's good as it is right now, but maybe when we get into session, if we can get a little more write up on that and understand it better when we work through committee, that would be good, assuming that we move it forward. And the one other point I'll make, which I didn't suggest any change to when we had the kind of omnibus amendment, but I'm still not totally convinced that, and I'm scrolling back right now, but the change to the definition that we discussed earlier was correct. And so I would just ask staff to revisit that change to the definition of air ambulance member organizations. This is the B paragraph back on page 2. Sorry about the vagueness on my reference, where we're talking about an air ambulance membership organization shall be the entity, et cetera, that contracts. I don't know if we made a good change there. I think we might have made a bad change there. So again, I just ask staff to take a look at that, think through the amendment we made, and see if we made the right choice before we work it in session, assuming we proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, you bet. Chairman Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, Wyoming has a tough time getting service in any form to participate in the state. We're trying to encourage business to expand in the state. I just hope that this bill isn't too ominous that somebody looks at it and says, skip that state, we'll just go to another state and furnish air ambulance. So I'm a little worried about our business-friendly environment. This, like was mentioned earlier, ours is 23 pages, Nebraska's was 3 pages. If I had a helicopter, I'd be looking at somewhere else to furnish services. Don't doubt that all this is necessary, but we're dumping a lot on the air ambulance guys all at once here. Thank you.
I'm Chairman Anderson, I'm going to follow up on that just a little bit. As we sit here today, this type of system doesn't work. In order to provide air ambulance service in any type of membership at all, you have to register as an insurance company. So our current regulatory scheme is extremely burdensome in this realm and does not work in the areas like Washakie County, and I know Park County has a very similar arrangement with their firefighters in particular. So this is a good step in the right direction that covers the consumer protection issues. Is it overly burdensome? That's always going to be in the eyes of the beholder, of course. Yeah, good points, so very good points. Okay, any further discussion, committee? Then let's go ahead, roll call vote on this, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote on 21 LSO 72 version 5. Senator Biteman.
No.
Senator Coe.
Aye.
Senator Rothfuss.
Aye.
Senator Wasserberger.
Aye.
Representative Burkhardt.
Aye.
Representative Crank.
Aye.
Representative Duncan.
Aye.
Representative Ayer.
Aye.
Representative Furphy.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative McGuire.
Aye.
Representative O'Hearn.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Greer.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Anderson.
Aye.
That passes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Committee, this take a 12-minute break. We're behind schedule, but a bio break would be in order. So this come back at 3 o'clock straight up, and at that point in time, we will get an update from the Wyoming Energy Authority. concerned if he did that again, because there's quite a few. Hey, Sarah, how are you doing?
Doing great, Representative Greer. How are you?
Good. Sorry, I was reading and I said I announced the Energy Authority, but I clearly meant the Business Council.
I know I had to go check the agenda. I was like, uh-oh.
Director Durrell, how are you today?
I'm doing well, Representative Greer.
Hey, Sarah, how are you doing? Hey, Sarah, how are you doing?
Doing great, Representative Greer. How are you?
Good. Sorry, I was reading and I said I announced the Energy Authority. I was reading and I said I announced the Energy Authority. Has their YouTube on. Council.
No, I had to go check the agenda. I was like, uh-oh.
Somebody has their YouTube video on. You need to turn that off or mute it. Okay, how's that?
It was me.
It was okay.
Or either that or I have really bad deja vu.
All right, good. Josh Keefe, I apologize. I have not been able to work on one of the directives of Management Council, we still have time. So I promise I'll find time to work with you. I apologize.
No apology needed. I think we're all preoccupied with a lot of stuff right now. So
We'll wait. I got another minute or so, and then we'll start up, and I think we'll just wait till then.
Josh, we just got a heavy rain here in Laramie, which we needed much. Get that smoke out of the air.
Yes, sir, we did. It was heavy, really
Yeah.
heavy. I'm glad it passed. I'm glad you're running a little bit late because it would have been right at the time we were going to talk a little bit about these business relief programs. So the timing was perfect.
Okay, hey, let's go ahead and call the meeting back to order. We're at 3 o'clock. Representative Burkhardt, I see you were able to get back on. What we have here is just a quick brief update from the Wyoming Business Council regarding the COVID relief program. Those are programs that this committee worked earlier this year, were passed through the special session. And we're just looking for an update. If you go 15 minutes, that's awesome. It helps me with my calendar. But if you need to go longer, that's fine. So Director Durrell, I'll turn over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. We'll do our best to help you get back on track. We do have a few slides to walk through. I think some interesting data to share. So if you don't mind, I will share that briefly here. So hopefully everyone can see these slides. One of the things that we just to give everybody a little bit of a background on where we have come in the few months that we've been working on this. We are going to talk mostly about the business relief programs today, so I'll save that. But I did also want to remind everyone of the response that we performed in part with the task force that the governor put together with Auditor Racinas, and the webinars where we worked with the Department of Health as well as the Secretary of State's office to reach out to businesses and help them with as much as we could before these relief programs were available. And I also wanted to mention that we have recently been working on the Broadband CARES Act initiative, which we approved about $86 million worth of applications, and those are in contract negotiations now to really help connect the state and reach out with education and telehealth opportunities for our smallest communities that may not, or will likely not otherwise be served by broadband. But with that, it's been a busy few months, and we'll jump into some of the statistics on the business relief programs. These are going to be obviously review for those of you on this committee because you are a huge part of developing these and really kicking them off and making sure that they were going to hit the mark and also going to be very impactful across the state and frankly set us up for a way to deliver these programs that made it very easy to do. So you all recall the session that kicked off these funds, and we started first with the interruption fund, which is now closed. And that originally had $50 million, and it was for those with 50 or fewer employees. The governor used the flex authority that the legislature gave him to actually double that amount to $100 million. And we took in $107 million in requests and paid out $98.6 million of those. And these are updated numbers. I do want to make sure that everyone knows these are updated numbers. So the packet that you received prior to this didn't have the latest and greatest. This has numbers as of this morning for the other funds. So those that went off, that particular fund went out in a month, really, and was taken care of in that very short amount of time. We now have really 3 programs open now. The middle two programs are both relief funds, but they were split out, as you recall, with the amendment that set aside $50 million for those businesses that were required to close. And then the remainder for those businesses that were not required to close. And you'll also recall, and this is, I think, very important, this committee had a big part in this, of making sure that nonprofits were included in the relief fund. So those are C3s, C6s, C12s, and C19s were all allowed to be into these funds, as well as the mitigation fund. As you can see here, all total, about 2,300 applications for the relief fund have been taken in, those two combined. About $180 million total requested, and you can see the breakdown there in each fund for those that are business and nonprofit. I do want to kind of take a moment here and talk about the requests versus what's been approved and what's been paid. I feel like it's a really important component for everyone to understand, and I'm sure that you all can appreciate this, that we have made the application process to fit the intent and make it as easy on businesses as possible, yet still maintaining that CARES Act and Treasury guidance. And as such, we have done a lot of scrutiny on this relief fund because the amounts are bigger, $300,000 max grants. And then in the mitigation fund, which we'll talk about in a moment, $500,000. We've done some extra scrutiny. So the time to payment is a little bit longer. However, we felt that that was important to make sure that we were not paying too quickly on those larger grants. And so one thing we've done is, you can see that, so for example, in the required to close category, that relief fund on the left, we've had $46.6 million requested, and we've approved 24 million of that. And that will be moving over to the state auditor's office now to be paid out. And so those amounts will be happening. And that's essentially a mechanical process of making sure an account can be set up, and those funds can be either delivered via a check or ETF. So I think fairly quick fashion still, but again, we wanted to make sure that they were had some extra scrutiny. And the same thing goes with the mitigation fund. That fund has had about $27.2 million requested and about $14 million approved. So again, we're doing our best to make that simple, but at the same time, be good stewards of that money.
Committee, any questions on how the program's progressing? Yep, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, of the applications that were received, and of those that were in all respects qualified, were we able to meet their application in terms of their requirements? You see what I'm saying? Did we meet the needs of the people who applied? I'm not talking about the ones who applied and were eligible. I'm talking about the ones who applied. Is there anyone who applied as eligible that we didn't meet their requirements?
Director, do you understand?
I don't fully understand the question, Representative Henderson. Would you please remind?
I'll restate that if you could.
Let me try again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So of those who applied, of everyone who's applied, have we met everyone's who's eligible? Have we met their needs?
Okay, I see.
I thank you, Representative Henderson, and Chairman Greer. May I respond?
Yeah.
So yes, we have been able to. We have not oversubscribed, I guess, is the real question, and we are still taking applications. In the first fund, the interruption, we were able to meet everyone who was eligible's needs. In the relief fund and the mitigation fund, both, we still are taking applications and have some room left. So we have not, as of yet, not turned away anyone who is eligible. So good question. Thank you.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna go Senator Beitman, Representative Ayer, then Duncan. So Senator Biteman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, I was asked by a couple constituents of mine who own restaurants here in town, whether or not they'll be able to come back and get seconds, if you will, on some of these relief funds because of the continuing health orders that are forcing them to run at less than 100% capacity, and they're still bleeding money, and they're doing better than they were in March, obviously, but still not doing well. And there's still a lot of money out there that hasn't been distributed. Would that be an option?
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you. Good question. Also, it is in our rules that they can apply for the relief fund one time. And I think if you look at the numbers here, it might be tough for them to come back because of the fact that they will likely be depleted. So if you look at the numbers, we have only a few $1 million left in the required to close category. That has $50 million total. So only about 3.4 million is left. And then if you look at the relief fund for those that were not required to close, there is only about $1 million left because the governor did flex $10 million into that fund as we saw it was being depleted rapidly. And so the likelihood of money being left over to come back to the well is going to be challenging there. However, it is our intent to ensure that all of this money does get spent. And if there is money left over, then we'll have perhaps have some options to do that. But as of right now, it's going to be challenging just because there's not much money left in these particular funds.
Okay, Representative Bear?
My question's been answered. Thank you.
That was easy. Representative Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, is it safe to say that we have a steady applicants from across all counties, or is it predominantly, in one area versus others, or how is it breaking out?
Go ahead, Director. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great question. And I actually have a graph that shows exactly what you're asking for. So we'll jump to that if it's okay, but it is fairly spread out. So let's, we'll be able to address that. Thank you.
Good question. All right. Okay, go ahead, Director. Oh, wait, Senator Coe.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on the nonprofits. Out of the 586, how many were nonprofits?
Great question. I don't have those numbers in front of me. However, I do have the number of requests for those. So $4.5 million in those that were required to close, and $6.9 million in those that were not required to close. So that, I guess, is about it's almost $12 million of requests. I don't have the exact numbers right now. However, we're going to compile all of those statistics, and they'll be available as soon as these funds are closed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator. Okay, go ahead, Director.
You bet. And I won't spend a lot of time on this. I just want to make sure that this it is known and it is understood that there is a lot of security that's going on through this process to ensure that we are following the guidelines, but also making sure that we are giving these monies to businesses throughout the state and that they are legitimate. And a number of elements are here. We've actually talked with third parties who do fraud protection and looked at what techniques they use, and our process follows them very well. And so just to give you a good feel of confidence for the process, that it is, while our process is fairly speedy, it is not without a lot of checks and balances. And so just want to ensure that everyone understands that whole piece.
Okay.
Okay, so now I can dive into the business interruption fund data a bit because it is fully closed and we have all of that data to analyze. That $98.6 million went to 4,200 businesses across the state. And if we take a look at that by the number of employees that were in each of those businesses, you can see that it really did its job to reach those smallest businesses. because probably 75% of that went to those businesses with 1 to 5 employees. As you can see here, did a great job of reaching out. So I believe that was the intent, is to be quick hitting and also reach those smallest businesses. This gives us an indication of how those funds were spread throughout the 23 counties in Wyoming. And I believe it answers Representative Duncan's question very well. We do have a bit of an outlier. These are, just so everyone understands, these are fund distributions per capita. And so you can see the number of applications as well as the funds that were delivered to those counties. And for the most part, I think it does a great job of showing that it was spread about fairly well. And you can see the difference there in Teton County. We feel that there's probably a few things there, high proportion of those businesses that were in the very hard hit tourism and hospitality industries. They did also have a higher degree of health restrictions and perhaps a higher cost of living there to contribute to the differences. So hopefully that helps answer Representative Duncan's question.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Here are a couple businesses that we just wanted to highlight and put a face to some of the businesses that we have helped. I think it was a tremendous effort by the legislature, this committee, and everyone to put this together, and just to make sure that everyone knows that at the end of it, there are people, and those are folks that are your constituents and our community members. So thank you for your work in this. And these were, just some of the things we're getting. I believe we've had some cookies delivered as well, and those don't taste as good virtually, so I won't be sharing those. So thank you. This project has been really important, I think, for the Business Council, but also for economic development around the state. We've learned a lot of lessons in addition to delivering all of this grant money to businesses in the state. We've learned that focusing on things can drive results. And so we talked in previous committee meetings about how the Business Council especially wants to focus on some initiatives and maybe shed some of the things that don't immediately deliver economic results to us. And we've found that in this case, that is true. We've really focused as an agency on these particular efforts, and they've turned out well because of that. And we'll continue that philosophy moving forward. Working with other agencies has been, the collaborative effort has made us more efficient, but it's also really shown what we can do when we collaborate, not just with the other agencies, but with this committee and with the members of this committee and others throughout the state who have been willing to pitch in and help. We have been listening to customers, and I believe this has been good because it's really helped us reach out to all of the businesses across the state, and we really have been able to connect with them, communicate with them, and make sure that we're doing what we can, and not just in this moment where we're trying to provide some relief from the health orders and the pandemic, but rather a more broader, and how do we provide help moving forward as well. We joke around at our agency a little bit about this saying called "slow is smooth and smooth is fast." I think we've all seen how planning a little bit more upfront and making sure things are right allows us to deliver a program that is easy to use and also fairly fast to deliver funds. And we just appreciate the help that we got during that time. And then just making sure that we're agile and that we are able to respond to those challenging and changing conditions, I think is a key for us. So staying lean and mean and being able to move quickly is important for us. I do want to say that in the meantime, we haven't only done grant delivery. We've also been working on a number of projects, and just wanted to give this committee a quick update on the projects that were presented to our board in the 2 board meetings since we've met, I believe, and talk a little bit about, just briefly show that some projects were funded, some were not funded. And we were really focusing on those projects that were going to make an economic impact in their communities, that matched up with our strategic alignment and brought in not just jobs, but good jobs into Wyoming and created opportunities for Wyomingites. And while we want to be respectful of the time and make sure that we're staying focused on the agenda items, I did just want to make sure that everyone on the committee was aware of these particular projects and knew about those and what had happened with them. Okay. Finally, looking ahead, this again, I believe these grant programs have allowed us to reach out and talk with a number of companies around the state. We are seeing that transition from our traditional energy has accelerated. A lot more remote work. We're seeing it right now in this committee meeting where we might be in person traditionally. Now we are remote. We are really focused on how do we bring remote workers to our state with those good jobs that are moving into our communities and can make a difference, because we are a haven, quite frankly, compared to the rest of the country. And how do we do that effectively? We're looking at how do we increase entrepreneurship, innovation, and agility. Entrepreneurship actually increases during downturns in the economy, and we want to take advantage of that. And all of us know that state budgets have been decreased. We are responding to that. We are looking at ways that we can be leaner and meaner, and really, quite frankly, focus on those projects that are going to make a difference. And that means we must make hard decisions, but at the same time, frankly, that's the reality of where we are. And we don't want to weaken the entire structure. Rather, we would rather make strategic cuts and strategic decisions so that we can still deliver what's going to make an impact on the state. With that, I'll stand for any additional questions, and I do appreciate your time and appreciate your work over the last few months as we put these programs together. It has not been without your help.
Yep. Committee, any questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Director Durrell, you and your staff did a great job here. That was okay. Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to follow on to that. In fact, I don't have a question, but I did want to say that the first program, getting it out the door almost immediately, I think that was essential and it was vital. It was very welcome to the communities, and then the other programs rolling out, I think, have been very successful as well. So good job to you, your staff, and the council. The only thing I would say is, while the rules right now and the dollars that have been allocated right now are on target to be expended, I'd echo Senator Beitman's discussion points from earlier, that this is one of the programs that I think is most capable of utilizing any funds that we have as we start closing out the year and as we start, narrowing the timeline for expenditure. So even though we're concluding what we've got on the table right now, I would ask you and your staff and the governor's office to give some thought to just being ready. Be ready to roll out some additional funds, maybe even without additional application, but looking at what you've got so that we don't leave anything on the table. And to me, these are some of the best uses of our funds, where we've already had the application process, we've already identified all the needs. And so if we're getting near the end of December and there's still $100 million lying around, I sure hope you'll do what Senator Beitman was suggesting and give some second helpings.
It would be our pleasure. Thank you, Senator.
Yep. Representative Ayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all of the civil unrest going on around the country, I was wondering if you've noticed any uptick in the inquiries from other parts of the country of people interested in coming to Wyoming. People are more apt to be working remotely now. They can maybe work anywhere in the country, and we're a safe place to live in these troubled times. Have you noticed that?
Yep. Director?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Ayer. We have noticed an uptick. Now, it's difficult to quantify. We've also noticed an uptick in companies that are reaching out as not just the civil unrest, but their economic situations in their state have changed. And so they're reaching out to us as a place to move and to really enjoy not just the culture and the safety, but also some of the economic benefits that Wyoming has to offer. So it's we are seeing that, and we're figuring out ways to take full advantage of that.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you know, the first program seems to me it stood up quick, and it was processed, and it was very effective, and over 4,200 applications. Would you feel that there may be other applicants, potential applicants out across our state who may be wondering if they could participate in something similar to that as we go forward, in case we get down to the end, to build on Senator Ross's be ready point? Do you think there's that prospect?
Go ahead, Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Henderson, I do believe there will be those folks that will need it, and again, we stand at the ready, because one of the things that will happen over the course of the next few months is time will pass, and we will know the impacts more for those businesses, and they'll be able to say that these were past impacts, right? So we're going to see that. We're going to be ready for it. As you've mentioned, we've stood up programs that are already ready to go, so they could be utilized, or new programs could be stood up rather quickly. I don't want to put my team on the spot in this, but it is something that we are preparing for and making sure that we have the bandwidth to take care of it.
Okay. Yeah, Senator Biden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, I had a question just popped in my head regarding what types of businesses are you seeing? Obviously, I'm sure you've seen a lot of restaurants and gyms and things like that. But what about like your small mom and pop engineering firms, your energy services companies, the energy sector or oil and gas, especially when oil and gas tanked, went negative there for a while, all exploration stopped in Wyoming, and those people are still out of work. Are you seeing a lot of them applying for these relief funds, or is it still mostly your restaurants and tourism type places?
Go ahead, Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Brightman. That's a fantastic question, and we are seeing those. And one of the things that we have done in the application process is we have expanded the data that we're collecting so that we can understand just what those companies are and be able to compile and aggregate that data. And so what I would say to you is that I don't have the exact numbers today, but we are putting together a statistics package and data about the applicants as well as the amounts, so that we can look at it not just by county, but also by industry type. And I would be happy to make sure that gets shared with this group and further as well.
Okay, well, great. Director, we really appreciate the update. I think just following on Senator Beitman's question and several of the committee, we'll probably get another update in November. Sounds like you'll have better data at that point in time. Also, I want to point out, this is your freshman year. We are not going to accept a sophomore slump, and we will continue to push you and expect even greater things out of you and your team going forward. So thank you very much.
Challenge accepted, Mr. Chair.
All right, with that, let's go ahead now and move on to the Energy Authority. And I see Mr. Steege is in. Who else do we have to allow in?
You have Mr. Dr. Morell, and I'm going to admit him now, as well as Travis Detai, Jody Levine, and Pete Obermuller.
Yeah, okay, you can let it. Yeah, go ahead and let everybody in. We've got, Mark, this start with you. And what we're looking for is, as we discussed a little bit, just sort of a general update. You're a month out of transition, and so an introduction to your new executive director, and with that, I'll be quiet and let you take over, sir. You're on mute, Mark. Bad start.
How's that? Is that better?
That's way better.
Thank you so much. Chairman Greer, Co-Chairman Anderson, and members of the committee. Just thank you for giving us some time this afternoon to tell you a little bit about the updates. Last time I was in front of you was early June, and at that time we were in the midst of hiring our new executive director. So I'm pleased at this time to introduce Dr. Glenn Morrell as our inaugural executive director of the Wyoming Energy Authority. Glenn has almost 15 years of experience in the energy industry. He holds a doctorate in geology. His professional experience includes Baker Hughes, GE, University of Wyoming Enhanced Oil Recovery Institute. Glenn is a recognized expert in CCUS with emphasis in CO2 EOR and sequestration. His most recent technology interests include energy transition, hydrogen economy, and blockchain application. With all of that, it's my pleasure now to introduce Dr. Glenn Morrell. Glenn.
Dr. Morrell, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I'm quickly going to try and share my screen. If anybody could give me a thumbs up if you can see the presentation first page in a second here.
It is loading now. There you go. You have it.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to express my gratitude to Mr. Chairman of the committee for inviting me here to talk about the Energy Authority and give me an opportunity to introduce myself and run through some of the status updates and what have you of the authority. As Mr. Stege alluded to, I've bounced around quite a bit during my career. Born and raised New Zealand, lived in various countries, lived in different cities and did different states and done a bunch of different things. And at the end of all that, my wife and I decided actively to make Wyoming our home, predominantly because of two things: the natural beauty of the state and the opportunity that it bestows on its residents. And having made that decision to move back in March 2019, I find that due to serendipity, I have been offered this very privileged role as the executive director of the authority, and I'm very grateful and would like to pass on my thank yous to the board and any other stakeholders who have played a part in that decision. After 2 months, I hope that there are no regrets just yet. Moving on to the next slide there, slide 2, everyone. Mr. Chairman, I plan to cover a lot of ground today without going into great depth. I intend this to be essentially an introduction to myself, the authority, the team, some early efforts in terms of initiatives, some of us at High Point, look at the strategy that we're pursuing, and so on and so forth. We don't plan to go into much depth for two reasons. We don't have a lot of time, but also want to get you back to the committee to ask questions and as many questions that they might have. And in addition to that, of course, I'd invite any member of the committee to reach out directly to us at a later date if anyone would like to follow up on any particular item. Excuse me. So a little bit about myself. As alluded to, yes, I was born and raised in New Zealand. And an interesting fact, anybody who's visited New Zealand or knows a little bit about the country, there actually shares quite a lot of similarities with Wyoming. One of those being that the economy is heavily dominated by primary industry and raw products. And of course, Wyoming is based around the economy and industry. New Zealand is based on dairy exports for the most part, and so milk powder, butter, and cheese. Kiwi fruit is also a common one, but the core root nature of it is that it is also a very raw material primary industry economy, and it takes anybody attending an economics class at high school or university very quickly gets led into the discussion of how to diversify an economy, how to add value to raw products, and so on and so forth. So some of the issues that we're facing in Wyoming are actually quite familiar to me. In terms of my background, yeah, I have bounced around. I've played in multiple sectors. I've worked in academia and I've worked in commercial roles. worked for startup companies of only 4 people, worked for mega corporations, covered a lot of different scientific and engineering approaches, different roles from almost always technology, but in different aspects of that as well. And along the way, I've learned a few things, and I would like to share that with the committee so you get an idea of how I work, not necessarily what I've done. I have a tendency to let experts be experts. I'm very much a generalist. I've done a lot of different things. I learned very quickly that as soon as one pretends to know something about something, you'll probably end up getting called out on it. And so I tend to let my team do the talking, the experts in the team do the talking, and I do that by enabling them and empowering them as much as I can. Working in technology moves very fast, and I've learned also to be very adaptable. I adapt very quickly to situations, whether they're imposed or adopted. Being flexible in the face of change is vital to being successful in the technology world. It's a critical part. The other thing I've learned is the power of successful or high-performing teams. A high-performing team is a multiplier. You get a 1 + 1 = 3 effect if you can take highly talented individuals and empower them, which is generally my approach, and it has worked very, very well in terms of being successful along the ways. Mentioning team, this is the team that we have currently within the authority. Many of these individuals will be known to many of you. Those of you who don't know them, I can only describe them as incredibly capable, efficient professionals. And their efforts over the last 2 months and preceding the formation of the authority itself have made my onboarding that much easier. They have done an outstanding job, and I'm exceptionally grateful for their efforts. I will admit and be open about this. There was a certain amount of awkwardness with when I first started, as there normally or naturally would be of a new face within a well-established dynamic team. But we face those challenges head on. We've worked through them transparently and openly. And without speaking for my teammates, I personally am very happy with where we sit now. I think we're beyond those issues, and we're working well together. Very quickly going through the board, I think many of the board structure is actually quite familiar to the committee, and also I won't go through them in much detail. They're individually brilliant people, very knowledgeable and great deal of expertise. They're a tremendous resource to me, and I'm very impressed by the passion and level of engagement the board has offered me. I'm extremely grateful for that, and I can only thank the governor for assembling such a capable team to help me with the task at hand.
Okay, Dr. Morrell, I want to ask just a quick
yes, sir.
Regarding ex officio members. Has Mark Watson been active, and maybe Mark, you can answer that question better, or has he sent someone in his place?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Watson has been directly engaged for the most part, as far as I'm aware. At least since I've come on board, sir, he has been engaged.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Thanks.
So a brief look at the organizational structure. It's a simple organization at the moment. It's small, so there's not a lot of scope for complexity. But on this slide, would like to point out that ex officio, to your point, Mr. Chairman, it's exceptionally good that we have such a a close-knit group of stakeholders directly engaged in the day-to-day running of the authority. The School of Energy Resources, we already have ongoing collaborative efforts with them after no more than 2 months, built on a very strong relationship with the director there. Enhanced Oil Recovery Institute, we're already working with them on various things, as we are feeding information back and forth with Mr. Watson at the commission. We have a regular rhythm already with the Business Council. In fact, we're meeting tomorrow morning to have an update and share news and findings. And we're directly engaged with the governor's office, obviously. So it's a simple structure, but it works very, very well. The mission and vision, I'm not going to read through this at all. If you try to encapsulate this down into a purpose, the authority's purpose, as we define it, is really to secure, sustain, and grow the Wyoming energy sector. And we like this mission and vision statement because we feel that it recognizes the importance of the sector in Wyoming. Wyoming is an energy state, and it will continue to be. And in addition to that, it recognized the importance of the Wyoming energy sector nationally as well as globally. I did a quick back of the envelope calculation earlier and came to the realization that the Wyoming energy industry is 13 times that of New Zealand, and which kind of blew my mind. But that scale of importance, that scale of the industry here ensures that on a national scale will continue to have an influence and lead the way. And it will continue to do that globally as well. And we have seen evidence of that in the past efforts of collaboration with Japan, China, and Australia. That will continue. I don't see any change in that in the future, whatever challenges we deal with in the near term. In terms of strategic goals, again, I will not read through these. When we built these, we tried to capture the spirit and the letter of the enabling legislation language itself, and we think we've captured that pretty accurately. Having spoken to that, the language does a very good job of enabling several things, which will make our job that much easier moving forward. It's very well crafted. When I first read it as an outsider, it looked very, extremely broad and in some ways possibly even vague. But I understand now the reasoning behind how that was put together. The way that it is written, it covers the entire scope of the sector and the entire value chain. And in including that level of scope, it enables three things. It enables the authority to become a hub. It enables the authority to be a catch-all for all interests and all inquiries regarding this sector in Wyoming. And that's going to be useful moving forward. It also enables us to have a very long view with respect to initiatives and strategy. It enables us to look through economic cycles, and it allows us to look through administration changes, for example. And so we've been set up to be able to carry through initiatives that may take 10 plus years to come to fruition. We're capable of doing that. The third thing that it enables us to be very flexible. And that is good as well, because even though we can have a long-term view, it enables us to be nimble and agile and responsive to market forces that might be beyond our control. So, for example, the next global pandemic comes along, we can change our pivot or change our direction or pivot accordingly on very short notice and not be constrained by things beyond our control. So what exactly are we going to do? Or how are we going to do it? We are a limited team. We're only 5 people in total, have limited budget. And if you look at the makeup of the team, and what we bring to bear, all we really can leverage is our expert-based knowledge in many ways, coupled with the enablement of the language that set the authority up. So we've come to the conclusion that these are basically the 3 buckets of activities that we can really pursue and push through to generate an effect on the sector. Advocacy or advisory services, we intend to be able to provide an unbiased and credible sector-wide evidence-based advisory and advocacy service to whomever comes to ask, really. And we don't intend to play any favorites in there. Any position we take will be built based on evidence and factual knowledge. We intend to act as a coordinator. That's going to be a huge part of what we do. There are quite a few individual organizations and entities, all with good intention, but perhaps not with the common view in mind. So with the authority being set up with this broad scope, it behooves us to create that vision for other groups. We can't force anybody to follow it, but we'll hopefully do this through rational means, that we will create a vision and create that framework so that people understand that there is a common view or a common endpoint, as well as they know that they're not duplicating effort, for example. I think as we get further along in the story, that component of our activities will become more and more important. Promotion and indeed outreach and education, based on the same approach to the advocacy. We want to be able to provide the public and any stakeholder really an unbiased view, evidence-based perspective of the Wyoming energy sector, the challenges it faces, and some of the solutions that might be hidden from view, and just really push out a positive story about the industry overall and its role within the state. The excuse me. The energy strategy itself. There's actually a term in the language itself that says we shall develop, administer, update, and communicate the strategy. It also says that we need to do that in consultation with the governor's office and this very committee. We are embracing that role. We met just yesterday with the governor's office, and the first discussion around this point was really around what does that actually mean. And we had some fairly interesting conversations about what that really meant for the authority itself. At the end of that discussion, we came up with the perspective that the WEA exists to be a persistent and consistent curator of the Wyoming energy strategy. And that discussion came out of those enablement points that I mentioned earlier. We are enabled to be that hub, that catch-all for all issues related to the sector itself. We can have that long view. We can manage that strategy through energy cycles or economic cycles and administrative changes, and we have that flexibility built in. So that is how we're going to tackle it now. We are starting when one builds a strategy, one first has to develop a vision initially. The vision is the end point, and then you build the strategy to achieve that. We're working on that. It's a little early in my role to actually finalize it. It's only 2 months in. We have to do a lot more stakeholder engagement first before we understand where we're going to go with that, but it's in process.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doctor, I'm excited to see you on board, and I'm really excited, looking forward to the team at WEA getting stood up and really moving out. And I know it's early yet, but I'd be very interested in the coming months, maybe around the time of the session, to learn about how you would measure progress and perhaps what some of your initial goals are beyond the energy strategy, particularly in the area of perhaps regulations, streamlining regulations. But certainly not expect anything now. But thank you for everything you do. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, thank you for your remark. We'd be delighted to come back with some of those points, specific points, in due course. I'll certainly be touching on some of those initiatives in the course of this conversation and some of those strategic viewpoints. But the specifics you mentioned, yes, we can certainly come back to those. And please feel free to follow up after the fact, in the coming weeks, to remind us and go into any detail that you really want to dive into. We're happy to discuss that. But thank you for your comments. Mr. Chairman, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
So thank you. The scope, as I mentioned, it's very broad, and I'm going to go off on a little bit of a tangent on this slide. So hold on. So the scope is very broad right now. It's the coal, electricity, oil and gas, uranium, energy transition. It's the full gamut across the entire sector is captured within the language itself. As well as that, it's also the entire value chain. Now, that's quite a step out from the initial constituent authorities that make up the current authority. The Pipeline Authority and the Infrastructure Authority are far more constrained by their mandate. The Energy Authority, in contrast, is extremely broad. But if you look at the sector, let's not consider the authority itself, but the sector itself, you notice that it's also very siloed. There are very linear product lines within the sector today, and that's not a criticism at all. It's not unusual. Spending time in Oklahoma, they have the same issue, the same silos between various subsectors, and honestly, in Oklahoma, they get quite vocal, more vocal than they do in Wyoming. The strategic direction of the authority, and perhaps the Wyoming itself, the vision or the end point of that strategy that we're starting to develop, realizes that this siloed approach to the sector is going to require a bit of a rethink. And I'm sorry to say that this vision is not mature yet, and maybe in 2 months' time we'll come back with a better representation of it. But what we're working towards is something that looks far more integrated. And what I mean by that is you have products and flows and energy flows between these silos. And one can pick on CO2 as a very good example. The CO2 being generated or produced through thermal generation of electricity and then transported for upgrading and reuse in an oil and gas enhanced oil recovery project. That is just a small slice of what a fully integrated energy sector may look like in 2030 or 2035. But that's going to have to happen essentially. I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about energy transition. I know that carries some negative connotations for some people, and I want to address that. When I talk about energy transition, it means it's simply scenario. It's going from scenario A, which we have today, to scenario B, which we'll have tomorrow. Some people see energy transition, they think it's a transition away from something, and specifically away from something like coal. That when I say it, I absolutely do not mean that. I want to make that very crystal clear. Coal and other hydrocarbon-based resources are going to continue to be a very, very important, prolonged part of the Wyoming energy sector moving forward. I have no doubt about it. I think we're going to have to adapt, and we're going to have to be flexible and change how we do things in those industries, but they're not going away. They're absolutely not going away. The energy transition to me is an opportunity. I think it's not something we should strive to avoid. One reason being we can't. The bulk of our product is exported. It's exported to markets and market influences which are beyond our control. So not embracing the energy transition and trying to avoid it is not going to work out. We can't force our markets to think the way that we do. And so we need to embrace that opportunity. This is something that's already happening, and it's outside of Wyoming. These efforts to embrace the opportunity of the energy transition are real. We're not talking about unicorns and time machines here. These are real commercial grade technology companies who recognize the opportunity within Wyoming. They see Wyoming with a vast, abundant, high quality natural resources. They see a well built out infrastructure, whether it's rail, road, pipelines, transmission. They see a proactive regulatory environment. They see a positive policy environment. They see a friendly business environment. Even the geography of the state being rather central and not on a coastline. It somewhat straddles various infrastructure systems, the interconnect and the pipeline hubs, for example. They see all of that, and they recognize that there is tremendous opportunity in Wyoming. And I agree with them. I think in the long term, Wyoming has a bright future. It's set up very, very well to take advantage of whatever that transition is, whatever the scenario B of tomorrow is. Wyoming is pretty gosh darn well set up to take advantage of it. However, we're going to have some challenging times, and I would never discount those challenging times that we're going through, but we can overcome them and we can make it. So that was enough on strategy for now, and I look forward to coming back in a couple of months and fleshing those strategic thoughts out with this committee. I think we welcome the feedback. We'll welcome those thoughts as we roll this out. The next few slides are sort of checking a few boxes in terms of status and progress. We have made a tremendous amount of progress, mostly due to the very hard work of the transition board and the staff within the WPA and the WIA. While we're dealing with a few wrinkles post-merger, it's nothing substantial. It's nothing we can't work beyond. We're almost actually taking care of those little bugs, if you will. It's almost done. We have installed a few processes and tools, nothing earth-shattering, again, because of the strong work that was done prior to my start here. There wasn't a lot of necessity for doing new processes and tools. We've done a ton of strategic stakeholder engagement, and we'll continue to. We cannot rush our strategic planning. We cannot try to accelerate that and try and do some shortcuts. We have to spend our time, take our time talking to as many stakeholders as we need to understand the real problems, the real challenges that we face. And then we can build a vision and a strategic plan for addressing those. Having said that, while we're still building the strategic plan, we've already started our first initiatives. One of them being at least federal lands, which were commissioned through Professor Considine at the University of Wyoming. It's an economic look at the potential fallout of a drilling ban, potential federal drilling ban. The other initiative we're advancing at the moment is it's called here a technology roundtable, which is actually a bad name. It's not a roundtable at all, but it's what it is essentially a series of deep dive discussions with energy transition companies who are actively trying to make a buck out of the transition itself. The companies I'm talking about are companies like GE and Baker Hughes. Baker Hughes talks very much about being an energy transition company. And so I have a few inquiries in to talk to them and ask them if they would be interested in coming to discuss with us what they see in terms of opportunity and so on. It's a very interesting effort. One company I've spoken to already, as I talked to them about this, they brought up a slide deck which was 20 pages long, full of prospects that they have identified in Wyoming. And they've chosen Wyoming because of all those aspects I identified earlier about abundant natural resources, infrastructure, and so on. So this is real. People are out there, real credible companies are out there trying to advance this technological solution. Excuse me. The plan, I won't spend a lot of time on this, Mr. Chairman. It's simply our to-do list. It's in terms of getting rolling. Representative Henderson mentioned earlier, it wanted to see progress in how we're getting on. This is quickly look at this. It's simply a checklist. We're making progress. There's still a lot to do, but we're getting there. A little bit of time on the future here. This refers to that enabled point of the authority becoming a hub for all activities energy related in the state, and it's a tremendous responsibility and a tremendous opportunity. And I think it's going to be vital to proceed to progressing the energy sector moving forward. That selection of stakeholders, it's not. I had to drop people off the area just because I couldn't fit it into the figure. But we're going to have to work hand in glove with those guys. And some examples are, if for the authorities to act as that hub, it would be if somebody comes to us, a company X comes to us with a long-term technology development theory or idea, that we make that connection and work with the School of Energy Resources to vet it, develop it, and see if there's something there. And another example would be somebody coming with a short-term fix that they would like to commercialize and diversify the economy. Then we make that connection with the Business Council and try to advance it through them. Working together with these groups and stakeholders is absolutely critical to our success moving forward. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to end on a bright point here. My comments earlier about my positivity regarding the future, I'm very sincere about that. It is my sincere belief that Wyoming is in good shape, but I'm not going to discount the challenges we face in the short and medium term. I have personally been affected by those. Working for 5 years in the oil and gas business, it's tough out there, and I realize that, and I'm cognizant of it. But I think if we are ready to adapt and be flexible and change our approach to various things, when we come out the other side of these challenges, Wyoming is going to be in pretty good shape. And there might be a lot of blood, sweat, and tears spilled, but we will get there. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Murrow, we very much appreciate the update. And I think there's going to be a few more comments, public comment that might attempt to add to your workload and the scope of your thought. Before we move on to that, though, there is one thing Senator Anderson and I, or Chairman Anderson and I, Senator Rothfuss, because I'm not doing a very good job of managing time today, but we're having a lot of good information. We'll move the tax amortization to the end of tomorrow. I think tomorrow is going to be a light day. If that's okay with you, that means I've got Pete Obermuller is the only one that was going to set up to testify. And Representative Ayer, I'll get to you in a second, set up to testify. He's the only one I'm going to have to put out on that. And if he's got comments, he can write those or he can attend either way. But is that okay with you if we move that?
No worries, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Sorry. That was just more of housekeeping. Representative Ayer, you had a question. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Morel, for your comments. I'm pretty excited about what you told us. One of the things you didn't mention, though, was the Integrated Test Center. That's one of our big energy technology projects. I was wondering if you'd speak to how you intend for the Energy Authority to interact with them, if you have any oversight, and how you see them moving forward in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative. Yeah, the ITC is a foundational part of the WEA and will continue to be moving forward in whatever form is chosen or necessary, I guess, in terms of structure. We value the contribution of the various partners that contributed to the ITC. Their efforts and their contribution is outstanding, and it's well worth mentioning as often as we need to. In terms of technology development, the ITC fills a very important gap in not only national development of technology, but also in terms of project development. It satisfies some of those middle tier upscaling needs that some of these technologies need. So the ITC is going to be a vital part of not only moving the Wyoming Energy Authority forward, but also the Wyoming energy strategy, Wyoming state energy strategy forward in the future. And we recognize that, and we will do everything we can to support that project and effort moving forward.
Representative Burkhart, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple questions, if I might. Dr. Morel, you indicated that you tend to rely on experts. You're a generalist in that. So how are you relying on the ex officio members? Frankly, I've been told that they've been excluded from some of the board meetings.
Mr. Chairman and Representative, thank you for your question. To my knowledge, that exclusion has not occurred, not since I've been on board. So I cannot speak to prior to July 1, but since July 1, they have been involved and integrated in all discussions and all board meetings since I've been on here. And in fact, I touched on it earlier when we showed that organizational chart. Personally, I think the engagement and connection with the ex officio officers is strong. We have initiatives already underway with the School of Energy Resources. We have that rhythm with the Business Council. We have the contacts with the Enhanced Oil Recovery Institute and the Commission and the Governor's Office. We talk to them at least several times a week. So from my perspective, Representative, it is strong. It is being leveraged to its full extent. And yeah, I think it's in good shape.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Well, Dr. Morel, you indicated that Wyoming is attractive for a lot of reasons to companies. We're a great place to do business. We have great resources. We have great people, great infrastructure, all of that. But still, not much happens in developing it or bringing companies in. How's your approach going to be different than what's been done in the past? Because what's been done in the past hasn't gotten much result.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of having that cohesive strategy. I think if I think back way back when I was first here at the Institute, some of the bigger companies that the state was talking to at that point, so they walked away partly because they lost interest in the technology. That's part of it, but also there was, I think, a lack of cohesive approach, not necessarily at the governor's level or the legislature's level, but at the agency level, perhaps eroded their interest in deploying it to the state. I think if we can counter that by having that very cohesive and strategy where everybody is bought into it and following a framework that everybody believes in, then that is going to overcome a little bit of those hesitancies. I think that is the best way to, certainly in terms of project development, from my experience, right, the uncertainties of the things that kill it. And if you can remove those uncertainties, that helps a lot, right? So then I think in terms of commercial deployment of technologies, there's always going to be a pushback in terms of, we would like some favors in terms of policy. And I'm sure, I'm talking about Tesla chose Austin because they get them a big check, right? And I'm not suggesting that Wyoming is going to follow that same practice, but we can certainly make things more attractive, more competitive through other positive policy changes. Just removing, if there are barriers that exist, we can possibly be a little proactive about removing them, and simply educating them in many ways. The company I mentioned, who's already aware of the potential in Wyoming, they're already ahead of us. Some other companies that I know of and have spoken to them directly don't know. Representative Iyer mentioned the ITC. The ITC is, even though it's very well known in certain groups, certain companies out there have no idea that it even exists. So three-pronged approach, I guess. A cohesive strategy, some proactive policy optimization, and education, I think, will help move that a little bit.
Yep. Okay, we good? Any further questions, committee? Okay, again, Dr. Morrell, we very much appreciate the update. Understand you're very new into this, and I appreciate the grasp that you already have of what we're trying to accomplish. So thank you for coming before us. We'll have you back, I'm sure, time and time again. And so with that, what I'd like to do is Jody Levin had signed up. I think she has an issue. So Ms. Levin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Jody Levin. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Trona industry. At the outset, I will say I appreciate that it is somewhat odd that the Trona industry will be testifying on a topic in relation to the Energy Authority. Of course, Trona is mining, and then soda ash is chemical manufacturing. So I appreciate, again, the oddity of what I'm bringing forward, but I would ask for the committee to think about a potential opportunity that really ties into the financial leverage concept that Dr. Morrell just spoke of. So prior to the pandemic, the Trona industry was poised to be an extremely bright, shining star for the state of Wyoming. Expansion plans in the Trona Patch were a combined about $6 billion of strategic investment, 2,000 construction jobs, and about 500 full-time employees. The average salary in the Trona Patch is about $100,000. So you can see this is an incredibly important industry to the state of Wyoming, and it has been hit hard by COVID-19. Closures in other states have impacted supply chains, and the loss of manufacturing, the loss of the automotive industry with closures in other states have really plummeted production. Production is down 44% since December. The industry will recover, and what is typical of the industry is that it is the last to enter a recession, and it is the last to recover. So I've had a lot of legislators and the governor's office talking to me about what the state can do to help support the industry. One concept that I have worked on a little bit with Representative Burkhart, and I kind of wanted to introduce the concept today with the goal of having the committee really consider it at your next meeting, but that is to narrowly broaden the scope of the Energy Authority to allow for some financing options under the authority's current jurisdiction under Title 37, Article 6, and this is really financing for other projects. The concern that is out there is that because we don't know how much longer the pandemic is going to last, we don't know what's going to happen to financing that had been lined up for these expansion projects. Would the industry ever need to use bonding authority from the Energy Authority? I don't know, but what this does is it sets up kind of a proactive tool in the toolbox, an avenue for the industry to work with the state should something happen where they find themselves in a position of no longer having that financing available. And that's really it, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to introduce the concept. I greatly appreciate the committee indulging me, and again, giving me a few minutes today.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Levin? So I think Representative Burkhart, if you have a question for Ms. Levin, or if you have comments, I'd rather take your comments after we visit with Mr. Detai, but.
Mr. Chairman, I did have a question.
Okay, go ahead then. Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Levin, you indicated that the potential to hire 500 additional employees. And if you look at our agenda, we have some items on that agenda about training, workforce development, that sort of thing. Just out of curiosity, where would you get 500 more employees?
Ms. Levin, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhart, it's a valid question, and it was one that the industry was already starting to work on, certainly within Sweetwater County, not just on the full-time employees, but the construction workers, because at the same time these expansion projects were scheduled to launch, we also had a number of other projects happening in Southwest Wyoming. So it was kind of a combined conversation that was starting with Sweetwater County, with the Wyoming Workforce Development, with the university, with the community college, to really say, where are the opportunities? There has been outreach to Campbell County as well. With the loss of coal jobs, could those individuals perhaps consider relocating and moving to Sweetwater County? But, and keep in mind too, these expansion projects will take some years to fully develop. So you wouldn't have 500 kind of all at once. But the construction workers, you would have quite an influx into Sweetwater County all at the same time. The expansion projects haven't been canceled. Some are still moving forward, albeit somewhat paused.
Okay. All right. Anything for Ms. Levin? All right, Mr. Detai, you have signed up to comment. Are you available, sir?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can. Are you wearing your tie, Mr. Detai?
Mr. Chairman, you caught me in my Zoom costume. I do have a coat on.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Travis Detai with the Wyoming Mining Association. Appreciate the time to be with you here today, and I will be brief. Kind of piggybacking off what Mrs. Levin talked about when looking at some of our other extractable minerals and their relationship with the Energy Authority, and we're supportive of if there is a way to bring in the Trona industry and Trona mining and processing, you know, find them a home with the Energy Authority, we would be very supportive of that. What I would like to specifically address, and I think the timing is very good on this and appropriate, with perhaps the addition of rare earth mining and rare earth minerals under the bailiwick of the Energy Authority as well. We do have a project that, as far as I know, is getting ready to pick up a little bit of steam in the northeast part of the state with the Bear Lodge project from Rare Element Resources. They have been going through what they call their pilot scale processing and separating test work, and have seen some success with that in Canada and in Europe, and are looking to put an industrial scale processing facility somewhere in Wyoming. So I think at that point, you know, what an opportunity for the Wyoming Energy Authority to get involved in that and help bring something new to the state. We have a very rich and unique deposit in Wyoming in the northeast. And boy, to be able to develop that and get some jobs, and in discussions with that particular company, they're looking at, you know, when all is up and running, 50 mining jobs, 50 processing jobs, and that would just be great for that part of our state. And again, I talk about timing. Another company recently reached out to me last week, an Australian company that's looking to do some work in America, and in particular Wyoming. They have a project going in Arizona right now, but have secured some claims in northern Albany County, and they're looking to get a project on the ground here. So I think the opportunity is there, and having this particular sector fall under the Wyoming Energy Authority presents a real opportunity. So as the, you know, you mentioned earlier, Chairman Greer, about putting more stuff on Dr. Morell's plate. I guess I would say we'd like to pile on and get those things on there. And Again, there are some tremendous opportunities in the rare earth sector. We have them here in Wyoming. We've got people that want to develop and let's get them up and running. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your time and I would stand for questions.
Any questions for Mr. Deti? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. We appreciate it, Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You know, Representative Burkhart, you've done a little work on this and investigated how we might go about adding this. Do you have some comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as the committee got a rough draft, a conceptual draft of changes to the Energy Authority statutes that would add in trona, rare earths, critical materials, and potentially some other materials to allow them to access the bonding authority if needed. It would come in under the same way as the current process of if a project wanted bonding authority, they go through the whole process the same. It just expands the ability for that bonding to include those particular industries. And I think all of them, frankly, are fairly energy related. So LSO and Mr. Fuller helped me draft this. That really just opens it up to access that bonding authority more than doing anything else.
I guess committee, you know, I want to test the committee's pulse on this just a little bit. If the committee wants to look at this, what I would probably do, Chairman Anderson doesn't particularly like this, but get a couple people who are interested, maybe have them meet with the Energy Authority and come back and report to us at our next meeting, see what possibilities are there. So I don't know, committee, what are your thoughts? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't think it's a perfect fit, certainly, and to me, rare earths and trona are not necessarily the Energy Authority. At the same time, I have had the opportunity to give this some thought, and we don't have anything else like the Energy Authority in statute, particularly now that we've combined the infrastructure and the pipeline authority into the Energy Authority. And so there is no other possible vehicle for accomplishing those external funds access and authority in the way that there's kind of some intent and interest in using. So while when I first started thinking about this, I was resistant. I'm actually fairly open to it at this point, just because I don't want to create an entirely new authority that has this capacity to then deal with these two industries in the state. These are two industries in the state that are very important to us. And I think there's a credible reason why they want access to this tool that's in our toolbox, whether they end up using it or not. So, you know, I'm not averse. It's not going to be a perfect fit, but I'm open to it.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is critical, at least it is in my area. The trona industry is important to our corner of the state. And if we can do anything at all to help them weather this storm, I think it's worth doing. I'm by no means an expert in this area, but because it is in my area, I would be willing to serve on a study committee or do whatever. Thank you.
Yeah. So Chairman Anderson's smiling because he knows we appoint, not ask for volunteers in the House. But Representative Crank.
Thank you, Chairman Greer. Yeah, I would support this getting looked at with the trona industry. Yeah, they are probably one of the biggest energy users in the state. I mean, their consumption of electricity is probably higher than any place else. So I'd be willing to see that they move this forward. Being a lame duck, probably don't need me on the committee, but I would throw my support into them. They are the big player in.
Okay. I think, go ahead, Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To add on to what Senator Rothfuss said, I struggled with the same issues of, I think it's a good idea, but where to put it? and couldn't come up with another place. And that's so it was the Energy Authority, for lack of a better place. I mean, we need to develop our industries. I was just on a teleconference earlier in the week on turning coal into rare earths. And Wyoming has some considerable potential there, and for some other materials. And it gives those places, the companies, a place to go for the bonding authority. And I think that's all that they're looking for. Whether they get it or not is up to how they present their project and the viability of the project. It just opens that door to them. And that was the logic behind the approach.
Okay. I'm still getting my mind wrapped around it. Trona is definitely important to the state. I think rare earths could become very important. The bonding authority is one tool. What I see is the long-term strategic planning and coordination, the one-stop shop benefit of the Energy Authority. That's what I like the very most of it, rather than ideas going off in separate directions. But so I guess for us, if we're going to move this concept forward, Representative Burkhart did provide us. So we would, my thoughts would be is that we would, and this would just be our first step, direct LSO to draft a bill conforming closely with what Representative Burkhart prepared. And then we would appoint a subcommittee. And one of the charges of that subcommittee would be to meet with the Energy Authority and get their input before we spent more committee time on it. Is that's what I'm thinking. So, but I need a motion to do that.
Mr. Chairman, also motion.
Okay, seconded by Representative Baird. Any discussion on this? Okay, sensing this is just a vote, voice vote, or raise of the hand. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, those opposed? Okay, that would be unanimous. Chairman Anderson, I would, of course, appoint Vice Chair Burkhart to be on that, and then Representative Ayer from the House side.
I don't know if we have anybody from the Senate side. I guess I could ask for volunteers and see if there's anybody that would volunteer, but we're getting loaded up.
Yeah.
We're getting loaded up. I see no volunteers, so.
So, Representative Burkhart.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, while we can do a lot of the legwork, I would appreciate maybe Senator Rothfuss's input at some point, if he can do that. I know he's getting pretty swamped, but if he could look over stuff, give us his ideas of that, if that works for him.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I was going to suggest just exactly that. I am a little on the overload, but I'm happy to, after they've done some of the work discussions, then yeah, I'll have a conversation with Representative Burkhart. We'll go through it. We'll talk it over and see if I see any concerns with it. So I'd be happy to do that, Don.
Okay, I even though running out of time today, I think we will have time to take a look at this at our next meeting. I don't want to rush into it, and I think it's worth considering. But if Representative Burkhart, Representative Ayer, if you guys do some good legwork on this, it'd be very, very helpful for the committee, because we will only have one meeting left. Okay. Sounds like the plan. Why don't we move on then? Do we need a break? Do we need a 5-minute break?
No.
Committee?
No.
Rothfuss? Okay. All right. We'll punch on. I may have to turn over for a few minutes, Chairman Anderson, because I may need to.
No worries. The old guys can do it for you.
Okay. Yeah, very good. Go just get something and go. So it's all right. But all right. So next on our list is and I believe it's a statutory report from the excuse me here, but it's Women's Council, excuse me, the Women's Council for Women's Issues. And Jennifer, is it Wilmette? Am I saying that correctly?
Wilmette.
Wilmette, okay.
Yes.
So Jennifer, go ahead and give us your report. And I apologize, but I'm going to turn the chair over to Senator Anderson for a couple of minutes. So, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, Jennifer, let's see if we can be done before he gets back.
I can try. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I am here today because it is a statutory requirement because of House Bill 2 during the last legislative session that we report on our work that we've been doing in the Wyoming Council for Women's Issues. And I believe you should have the report that I sent. And if it's okay with you, I'm going to share my screen so that I can refer to it as I go through my presentation.
Well, we'd rather look at you, but that's okay if that's what you want us to look at.
Well, the report's probably good. Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay. All right. So in our statutory requirements, we were set to report on what we have been doing in the areas of economic development, data collection, and with partnerships with business technology organizations. I'm specifically going to focus on the data collection because really we have done some with economic development, but it has not been part of any of our requirements or our mission statement or vision to really partner with business technology organizations. Not that we're not amenable to it, it's just that that hasn't been our focus. So for those of you who are not familiar with us, you can see the background of the Wyoming Council for Women's Issues. We are a gubernatorially appointed board. We have 13 appointments from across the state, and we are under the Wyoming Business Council, and so our 14th member is a member of the Wyoming Business Council staff. Sarah Fitzgerald is our liaison, and we work with them to do the various projects that we have. I'll leave it to you to read through the different history of our organization, much of which came before I was a member of the board. I do want to point out that we do not have any dedicated staff, so we do rely heavily on the Business Council to provide support. You'll notice that throughout the report, we at times I refer to us as the Wyoming Council for Women's Issues and the Wyoming Council for Women. We have found that when we address ourselves as the Wyoming Council for Women's Issues, some people find it to be derogatory because the issues that we work on are not specific to women. They impact men and children as well. And so unofficially, we do have Wyoming Council for Women as the name that we are using. In the areas of data collection, we have done a great deal of this over the past 17 years. And so I wanted to make sure that you had access to all of the different studies that have been done. If you have the electronic report, you will find that all of them should be clickable links with access to all of the data studies. And we'll be adding to that soon. For people in the public, they can access it through our website. So very quickly, I want to just point out a few different things about the different studies. Going back to 2003, there was a wage disparity study that was commissioned. We were involved in it, and it was at the behest of the legislature. And Kathy Connolly, Representative Kathy Connolly, was one of the co-authors of the study. And they looked at how does a gender wage gap impact the business of the state and economically where we are. And they found, you can see that they found that it costs the state about $65 million annually. And that is, of course, in 2003 data. So you'll find that you can go through it. It's a very lengthy, very detailed report, and I encourage you to go back and take a look at it. Although we do have some data that will be coming out soon that will have more updated information. We've done several surveys with WISAC, the University of Wyoming's Survey and Analysis Center, asking women what problems they see in their community and what problems they themselves experience. And you will see that we see a theme. There's a lot of themes in the different data studies that seem to pop up. And so going back to 2004, women in their communities felt that substance abuse, employment, domestic violence, and healthcare were the top community issues. But then when they were asked about their own personal problems, there was a difference. And you'll see that personally, they weren't experiencing all of those quite as much, but they believed women in their community were. So for personal problems, healthcare, family, employment, wages, and childcare. The next study was just a report by our chair in 2007 talking about the previous two reports. There was an update of the survey in 2009, and in 2009, substance abuse again rises to the top of community perception problems. And for women, healthcare. Healthcare was starting to show up quite a bit. Childcare and employment also important. Then there was another update in 2012. Again, another common theme, substance abuse, childcare, and domestic violence as community issues. And then for women, you'll see that you're going to see an uptick in childcare, family issues, caring for elderly relatives, and housing. We did publish for a while the Legal Rights of Women in Wyoming Handbook, and it was designed to put information in the hands of women on issues that specifically were legal issues that they may need support with. And we worked on that for quite some time. We discontinued it after the 2016 update because we found that there are other entities out there with better knowledge and better abilities to provide that information. So we are no longer producing that, but we do try to send women to the other areas for help. Hopefully you remember back during the legislative session in February, the Wyoming Women's Foundation, with the support of the Wyoming Women's Council, helped to publish a self-sufficiency standard and a self-sufficiency calculator. And hopefully you got that booklet. And when you got that booklet, I hope you took some time to take a look at it because it has a great deal of very important information talking about how much it takes to, how much a person, not just a woman, but how much a person must make in each county in order to be considered self-sufficient. And it's very interesting to look at the differences between the counties. And the calculator also allows you to put in how many people are in your family, what are the ages of the children in your family, and it helps figure out that data for you. Of course, you'll find that Teton County is the most expensive, and they found that Uinta County is the least expensive. I strongly urge you to go back to those links if you haven't had a chance to do so. They are very interesting to have a chance to play with the calculator. Over the past few months, we worked on a survey in conjunction with the National Association of Commissions for Women, and this was a nationwide survey, and we publicized it heavily through our Facebook page and through our website. And it was asking women about the issues that they believe are, again, challenges for women in their state and challenges for them personally. And the information was disaggregated and sent to each individual state commission. And through that data, I found, you can see this pie chart. Women were actually, the participants were allowed to pick up to 5 issues, which is why you'll see that there are not any percentages on it. But you can see the issues that they found to be the most concerning. Healthcare insurance rising to the top, too few women in leadership positions, balancing the demands of work and family, and equal pay being the top 4. but you can see all of the others that factor in there. And we do not have the disaggregated raw data on our website, but if any of you are interested in it, I would be happy to send it to you. Then women were asked what are the issues that they themselves are facing. And again, you will find access to affordable healthcare and insurance. And I have fixed that insurance E 100 times and it keeps popping back to the side. So please forgive my little typo there. Too few women in leadership positions, balancing the demands of work and family, and equal pay being the ones that concern them. When asked what were the barriers to addressing those issues, these were the answers that they gave. And if you look at overall the data, I think what it comes down to is there seems to be a breakdown in communication. People don't know what services are available. They don't know how to access the services. They feel hesitant to ask for help. And then finance is also being an issue. So one thing that we are looking to do is try to figure out how we can be a bridge for these individuals to help them know what services are available and how to access them. So again, if you're interested in that information, please contact me. A full slideshow is on our website, but I can provide you with the raw data if you're interested. So I've been referring to some upcoming data that we're going to have. And again, this is in conjunction with the Wyoming Women's Foundation, Wyoming Survey and Analysis Center, and the Equal State Policy Center. They are producing 2-issue briefs, and it is going to talk about different issues that are related to the status of women in Wyoming. It's going to be published in November 2020, and we really look forward to seeing what this study finds, and we hope that you will consider inviting us or one of the other groups back to present this to you so that you will have a more up-to-date version of data for you. It promises to be pretty interesting. So that's our data collection. I want to talk very quickly about a couple of projects that we've been working on. In 2018, we started the Entrepreneur of the Year Award, and I believe that Director Durrell talked about how important entrepreneurship is to our state economy, especially during the times of COVID. And it's interesting to see, we started this award to start recognizing the women who are doing entrepreneurship endeavors in the state. And through that, we have had the opportunity to meet several amazing entrepreneurs and get to know their businesses a little bit better. In 2020, Lexi Garrett, the owner of Alexis Drake in Cheyenne, was our recipient. And you'll see the picture of Lexi here. If you haven't had a chance to stop by her store in downtown Cheyenne, please do so. It's a really inspiring business story. And you can read more about her here. Our previous winners were Ariane Jimison, the owner of Pizza Corello in Gillette, and Kyla Bowers, the owner of Altitude Drug in Pinedale. And we have had nominations from across the state, and our nominations continue to rise each year. So this is a project we're really excited about. Finally, as far as our last 2 projects that are upcoming, we are holding a Wyoming Women's Summit in September of 2020. We had anticipated this to be a in-person summit with several different groups from across the state sending their leaders so that we could have a chance to discuss what are the issues, what projects are we working on, and how can we work together in order to try to address the issues that we see throughout the state. Because of COVID, we will be holding that virtually, and we're really excited to have this. We think that it'll be an amazing opportunity for these groups to get together. Since we're so spread out, we often don't even know who else is out there. So we're hoping to have that as a chance to really get a chance to see who else is out there and what they're doing. Finally, after a brief tabling of the Governor's Woman of Distinction, we are bringing that back. And the Governor's Woman of Distinction is designed to be a once-in-a-lifetime award making it possible to recognize women who have made amazing contributions to their community and to the state. And so we hope to be announcing a new one in the next few months for 2020. I included our organizational structure so that you can see how we have our board set up. And we're really focusing on trying to do some educational outreach through data collection and then communicating that to the state. So in conclusion, as I said, we haven't really done much in terms of a couple of the items mentioned in the statutory requirement of discussing how we have been working with business technology. It's something we certainly could explore, but we're a small board with a very small budget. So we do what we can to cover what we can do, and it's an all volunteer board, of course. But we've really been working more in business and communication and data collection. So I would like to wrap up by showing you who the members of our board are. We currently have 4 open positions, and we're waiting for the governor's appointments to those positions, and we look forward to welcoming new members soon. And I would also like to point out down below that we have our link, our website, and our Facebook page are down at the bottom. So we encourage anyone to have an opportunity to check out what we have done. And finally, Mr. Chairman, committee members, we are more than willing to step up and provide policy recommendations if any of you are interested. It's just a matter of finding what you need and us being able to provide it for you. So with that, I will say thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I stand for questions.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Senator Anderson had a question, and Representative Burkhart.
Jennifer, it looks like you're having the same problem that other boards in the state are having. You're having trouble finding people for your open positions. You got 4 of them open. Is that happening pretty soon, do you think, or are you struggling with that?
My hope is that it will happen soon. I understand that the governor's office is quite busy right now, so we are being patient, but we hope to have a full board soon.
Okay. Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer, you sat and heard some of the discussion we've had on economic development and those things. What impact, if any, do you think that will have on women's issues as we go forward?
Good, Jennifer.
Wow. Thank you, Representative. This is a really big question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are so many different things that they're so interwoven that with all of the different programs that Director Durrell talked about in his presentation, of course, all of the things that the Business Council is working on will have an impact on women's issues, because the more businesses, the more jobs, the more opportunities available in the state, the more we can attract good, strong women candidates and keep them. And so it's also interwoven that whatever we can do for economic development is good for everyone in the state. And that's not a very good answer, but of course, we just know that everything relies on everything else.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Wilmetti, you mentioned this report that's coming out, I think, in November. Our next meeting is November 5th and 6th. That's our final meeting, I believe, for the year, unless we schedule something later. Do you have any sense of when that report is going to be available in November? Would it potentially be available for that 5th and 6th meeting so we can get some of the other information that came in that footnote?
Thank you, Senator Rothfuss. Yes, the Women's Foundation has been working with the Equality State Policy Center to work very hard to get it out before your next meeting, which is why I mentioned that hopefully one member of one of the different groups would be invited to bring it back and present it to you.
Excellent. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. A quick follow-up, and it sounds like some of the information that would be provided in that report would meet some of the other questions that were in the statutory request. Is that accurate?
Yes, I believe so. It's going to be a very wide-ranging report looking at lots of different data points. And so I do believe it would be able to answer a lot of those questions. It simply couldn't get done in time for this particular meeting.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep. Representative Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I guess what I would be interested in knowing is, considering the demographics, you're talking about the data. Have you, or are you including, single parent situations and also the various activities that we have going on, the resource we have available in the state for women, such as CLIMB, for example. But I have one school in my district that has over 95% of the children come from a single parent family, and I was just curious where that might fall into your data analysis.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Henderson. A little information about me. I am by profession a high school teacher. I teach American government and psychology in Rock Springs, and I'm currently sitting in my classroom. And I am very aware of many of those factors. And so any chance that we have the opportunity to bring that information in or make those connections, we are very happy to do so. The summit, you mentioned CLIMB Wyoming. We have reached out to CLIMB Wyoming to ask them to join us at the summit, and we hope that they do so. Wyoming 211 is another new connection that we recently made, because we know that they are putting people in contact with the necessary resources in the state. And so we are continuing to try to make as many connections as we possibly can to meet our statutory requirements.
All right, well, thank you for the report. I do have an ask because I looked and I could not find it, and I thought I had saved it. Could you send us the links to that self-sufficiency calculator? I remember getting it, looking at it, very intrigued by the information. And then, and this is just more of a thought to leave you with, we are going to continue to look at CTE. So when we talk about wage disparity, I think a component of that is education and filling the job with a qualified person, but providing the tools to become that qualified person. And we might have the opportunity to visit about that a little bit more in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Always open to figuring out what new opportunities are open to women, either through, no matter what the profession. The trades are very important to women as well in this state, and we would love to see more women go into the trades.
I would too. Yeah. Okay.
And I will send you that link.
Thank you. And again, very good report. We appreciate it. So next we have is Rebecca Smith, and I see she is, there she is. So please, I think first time in front of the Minerals Committee. So what we ask is address questions to the chair and then to whoever might ask you a question. But for now, Rebecca, please have your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Smith. I'm the director of the Wyoming Women's Foundation that Ms. Wilmette mentioned. We are partnering with the Wyoming Council for Women on some of these data pieces. And I just wanted to speak in support of this really impressive body of data that they have provided over the years, and just them bringing a voice to the table for women in Wyoming. I wanted to say that our mission at the Women's Foundation is to help women achieve economic self-sufficiency and provide opportunities for girls. And so this data, these data pieces that she's talked about today are really important, because we know that families and women in the state, when they start thriving, when they're making enough money to live on, when they're really achieving what they need to live on, then that really allows them to focus back on their communities and contribute and spend money in their communities. And so we just think that the data here is really important to look at to provide for you all, so that if you do have instances when you need information to make policy decisions that will impact women's workforce, that you have that information there. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for hearing this topic, and again, highlight that the self-sufficiency standard calculator, which I think can be a really good tool for you right now. And in fact, Representative Henderson, thank you for your email saying that you've been using that. We really appreciate hearing about that kind of thing. So thank you again, and we look forward to visiting with you about this future report that we're partnering on with the Wyoming Council for Women when we're given the opportunity. Thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you. Committee, any questions for Ms. Smith? Again, we very much appreciate the report and very well done, and we look forward to the next data set. And I more importantly, look forward to fixing this wage disparity. So it's something we need to be aware of. Oh, okay, Representative Duncan, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify if I heard right. Is the next agenda for our November meeting, was this report coming back on that agenda?
That's what I understood, yes.
Okay. I couldn't remember if I heard it right or not. I just wanted to clarify.
Senator Rothfuss locked him down pretty good, so we got it, yeah. Okay, all right, well, thank you very much again. We appreciate the report. So our next and last agenda item, so I won't be too far over the agenda, Mr. Co-Chair. I'm not quite as good as you are with that. I apologize. Is a report that I had saw this, and I don't have my who's in the waiting room. Do we have? I'm sorry, it's Grayson Buckingham. Is he available?
Mr. Chairman, I believe he is going to be momentarily.
Okay. This is just more for us to receive and digest and understand a little bit, but kind of an intriguing company with an intriguing concept. And you know, when I was first, and Senator Rothfuss was with me, and Hank Coe, or Senator Coe, when we were first on minerals, we always got a lot of little interesting reports that are just good background for this committee. So this is one of those to end the day on. Yeah. Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Is there any documentation, anything, handouts to go with this?
I think Mr. Buckingham will have a PowerPoint. Okay. Hopefully it's the one I saw. Yeah. So are we, how are we doing on getting them in?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I did speak to him personally and he was on board. I think maybe we should just give him a few more moments.
Okay. Well, while we give him a few more moments, tomorrow we'll start at 8 o'clock. We'll work on the CTE issue. Unfortunately, I have not been able to work on this like I had planned. This committee's been relatively busy this summer. Senator Rothfuss kept me busy on the blockchain and technology committee, and the pandemic's kept me soaked up a lot of time here at work. But anyway, we'll get started down that path, and I think something I want this committee to really be involved in. I realize we got a couple members of the education committee, but I want us to take a look at CTE from the perspective of industry, which is the second part of our minerals business and economic development. But I don't think we'll go very long. And then Senator Rothfuss will look at that tax amortization idea. And with any luck, we'll be done by noon tomorrow. So how are we doing? Any contact or call?
Mr. Chairman, I will give him a jingle and see where he's at.
Okay, well,
Mr. Chairman, maybe we could move him to tomorrow also. We're an hour past his due time. Maybe tomorrow would be more convenient for him too.
Yeah, we could look at that, or I could have him send his PowerPoint out. I just very intriguing startup company with a lot of strong Wyoming and UW ties. So that's why I thought it was interesting.
And
but, if we don't get something here shortly, Brian? Yeah. Or
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mary Beth just sent out that presentation.
Okay.
So you should have that in your email.
Mr. Chairman, I just spoke to Grayson and he is logging on now.
Okay, well, why don't we go ahead? Senator Anderson, it'll take us a little past, but it'll help tomorrow be an easier day for us. Okay, so John Lee's with the Pinedale guy. Or not Pinedale, Du Bois. Sorry. Thank you.
Specifically going to focus on the data collection because really we have done some with economic development, but it has not been part of any of our requirements or our mission statement or vision to.
Great. Can you turn off your YouTube?
We're not amenable to.
Okay. Grayson, please introduce yourself to our committee. Welcome. Sorry, I'm the one causing us to run late. But introduce yourself, and then if you could jump into the presentation I saw for our committee. You're getting us at the end of the day, so be aware some of us are getting sleepy. So
absolutely, yep. I'll speed it along, and I'll share my screen here for the presentation. And then if you can all just give me a thumbs up that you can hear me and that you can see it. All right.
All's good.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having me present on DISA. We are a startup company out of Casper, Wyoming. The name DISA is short for disassociation because what we do is disassociate composite materials into their discrete subfractions. And what that means in essence is imagine a tennis ball that's covered in mud. We're basically putting those in different slurry pumps and shooting them out against each other. So if you were to throw that tennis ball against the wall, that mud would break out, but that tennis ball would remain intact. So executive summary, we are a minerals processing technology focused on liberation and making it easier for downstream separation in the mining industry. And we are also a soil remediation company geared towards an improvement on conventional soil washing technology that can be used to clean up both abandoned uranium mines as well as oil spills and drill cuttings as well. We are IP protected. We have 3 issued US patents, 1 patent pending in the US, and we are covered by several international patents. And the way our business model is structured is it is tailored towards multiple revenue pathways, whether that be through a licensing model or an operator service model. We do have pilot projects in our pipeline. You know, right now I'll get into the kind of chicken and egg problem and being in a capital intensive industry. But these pilot projects, if we are able to get that initial capital, will be self-funding. And we do have a massive demand pipeline for our technology. However, as a startup company in this space, we continually face the challenge of companies telling us, hey, your technology sounds great, but we'd like to see you guys further along. We don't typically work with pre-revenue type companies. And so, you know, come get us when you have a turnkey solution and you're fully commercialized. So a little bit about our team. My background, I used to work as the Director of Policy for Mesa Natural Gas Solutions in Casper. I have my JD, MBA in Energy Management from the University of Wyoming, as well as my graduate and undergraduate degrees from Georgetown University. I'm also in the Wyoming Army National Guard and was happy to return home with Charlie Battery this March from a deployment to Iraq and Kuwait for 11 months. My partner, John Lee, we met during our MBA program. He's getting his PhD in mining engineering currently at the University of British Columbia, but he's able to do all his work in Casper, Wyoming, and also has an MBA and undergraduate degree from the University of Wyoming. Dr. Miskovich is our technical advisor. She is one of the most renowned experts in minerals processing throughout the globe and has helped us since day one in advancing our technology. We also have Mark Levere as part of our team. He was the director of metallurgical R&D at Newmont Mining, and his insights have been invaluable as we continue to scale our company as well. And then you might know the bottom 2, Dr. Cook. He's also the MBA director at the University of Wyoming, helps us with all of our financial models and cash flow analysis. And then Tara Rigetti serves as our in-house counsel. We also have 3 engineers on our team and an operations coordinator that work in Casper as well. So a little bit about our story. In 2017, we competed for the 30K El Bogan Award, and we're fortunate enough to place second in that. And then we went on to win the Casper Startup Challenge. That gave us some initial seed capital to not go into industry and to decide to start our own company. In January of 2018, we established our team, and then we put in additional funds from our personal pockets to continue to grow the company. And then in August of 18, we built Gen Alpha, which you'll see in a later slide, is a unit capable of processing 20 tons per hour. And that kind of represents our first commercial unit. And then a month later, we were able to secure some outstanding intellectual property issues. In December of 2018, we were one of the first recipients of the Kickstart Award. And that really helped us continue to move along. We were running low on cash at that point, and that got us to the next stage, to where we were able to close on our first angel round in May of 2019, where we raised approximately $1 million. Breakthrough 307 was a lead investor. Because they were the lead investor and did the due diligence, that gave a lot of investors from out of state confidence to put money into DISA, where most of that money has been spent in Wyoming, advancing our technology. And over 50% of those funds came from out of state investors. Last summer, we moved to the Sunrise Project, which is just north of Camp Guernsey. Just to illustrate how the support that we receive from local businesses, the mine owner of this location allowed us to really put into place a continuous circuit. Up to this point, our tests had been in a lab and on a batch scale process, and we were able to process significant volumes of iron at this site, and just worked with us the entire time in helping us to refine our circuit so that we could end up commercializing our technology. Later that year, we gave a presentation to the Navajo Nation. We were fortunate enough where, based off of our results on abandoned uranium mine material, we negotiated a contract where they were to help us engage in a pilot project, a phase 1, which then would turn into a phase 2 upon a final report signed off by the US EPA, where we could then process significant tonnage of material. However, that project was supposed to start earlier this year, and due to COVID-19 and the negative consequences it's had on the Navajo Nation, that project has it's been postponed until things settle down on the Navajo Nation. So that was our first break, and we're waiting for that to come through. We also worked with an engineering firm out of Salt Lake City from the lessons that we learned on the Sunrise Iron Project, and they helped us come up with our Generation Bravo unit, which is capable of processing 40 tons per hour of material. This summer, we had the opportunity with the Department of Workforce Services, started a new program to help pay for internships. And through that program, we were able to get really 3 stellar engineering interns, 2 chemical engineering students, and 1 mechanical engineering student from the University of Wyoming, all 4.0 students. Without the assistance from the Department of Workforce Services, we would not have considered that internship. And they spent the summer focusing on how to tailor our technology towards cleaning up oil spill material. And they will continue working with us throughout the year. And we do plan on continuing their employment at DISA upon their graduation so that they can continue to work with us. And then in September this year, we plan on making 2 additional key hires. The main one being a senior minerals processing engineer to help us further with our technical issues. And then still waiting to get that major commercial project. So on the remediation side, as I noted before, we are an innovative liberation technology. Our technology is called high pressure slurry ablation. So kind of what I alluded to prior, we're taking different slurries, so about 40% solids, 60% water. And as you can see in that top left image, shooting those slurries at each other to create that unique particle to particle collision, which is an extremely efficient application of energy. It typically takes us about 5 kilowatt hours per ton for our energy consumption for treatment, where conventional methods take anywhere between 20 to 40 kilowatt hours per ton for that comminution levels. And then we're causing that agglomerate attrition, which, as I mentioned, allows for an easier physical separation, whether that be through screens or hydrocyclones or gravity separation. Our units are modular. They can be put on the back of a flatbed and easily taken to any remote site as long as we have a power source. The competitive advantages of our technology primarily is waste reduction. I'll get into that on the different case studies, as well as downstream cost savings, extremely fast processing rates, and we are that mobily rapidly deployed system with a small footprint. So looking at the abandoned uranium mine case study, in just 2 minutes of processing, the head grade of the material that we processed had around 187 parts per million uranium. We were able to get the coarse fraction, which represented 85% of the total mass, down to 34 parts per million uranium. A lot of these, looking at these standards are site specific, but we're really aiming to get anything below 70 parts per million. So those brownfields can be turned into industrial use and allow recreational use at the sites as well. So, and then in 15%, which we call the waste fraction when treating abandoned uranium mines, we were able to concentrate the uranium to over 1,800 parts per million. And that was a case study done on in the Navajo Nation. As far as the oil spill case study goes, we just use a simple batch process with a thermal component to it. And in 4 minutes of processing, we were able to take the total extractable hydrocarbon levels down by 80%, which enabled us to meet environmental standards here. And so there in the bottom right photo is the material that we were treating and the material that our engineering intern students worked on this summer. On the mineral value chain, we fit in for processing, delivery, and refining because we serve as both a liberation technology and a comminuting technology with less specific energy. And the real value of what we do is we're able to reduce the amount of mass that needs to be transported to a mill or refinery. And so that can lead to significant cost savings, especially if the mill or refinery is located several miles away, as transportation costs typically represent anywhere from 10 to 20% of the overall cost. And so we'd be reducing that cost by 90%. As far as market opportunities, the intent of this slide is just to show that the different markets that we're going after are quite sizable. We've done extensive testing in several of these, and as we continue to grow forward, hope to do more extensive testing in other potential markets. As far as our research and development partnerships, right now we do a lot of work with the University of British Columbia. They have a program called MyTax Accelerate. So for every $1 that we put in for a PhD student, British Columbia will match $1. There's no overhead for that. 2/3 of the cost go towards that PhD student's or master student salary, where the other third can be used for equipment or assay testing costs. Because of our work there, we were able to, the University of British Columbia for testing on our technology was able to receive a $100,000 grant from Imperial Oil, a subsidiary of ExxonMobil for oil sands applications, which we've continued to work on, as well as collaborate with a major potash producer in their laboratory there. And so, as I mentioned, we've got 4 PhD students looking at different questions on how to best optimize our technology. With the University of Wyoming, we've worked with the Center for Economic Geology Research. The University of Wyoming doesn't have the lab capabilities for the type of benchmark analysis that we do with the University of British Columbia. However, they are able to do the scanning electron microscopy. So in that bottom right photo, you can see kind of, we were looking at gold-bearing material before it went through our system, and it's covered in a pyritic crystalline matrix. And then after our system, we've effectively liberated that gold-bearing material, so it's easier to concentrate it, in this case, using gravity separation. Here's just an overview of our technology in action at the Sunrise Mine, which was a great experience and helped us refine our overall process. Looking at uranium-bearing material, going back to that tennis ball analogy, you can see pre-DISA that sand grain is covered in a mineral patina coating. And after it goes through our system, we're able to effectively liberate that mineral patina coating. That sand grain stays intact, where the uranium typically settles in the minus 270 mesh size fraction, which makes it much easier to concentrate. And so you don't have to treat 100% of the mass. And by using our system, it's typically anywhere from 10 to 20% of the mass you would then have to treat. Just some more statistics on how that works. So you can see pre-DISA, those yellow bars represent how uranium kind of sticks with the overall total mass. But now when you use our system, we're able to effectively ensure that a significant amount of that uranium goes in that minus, in this case, 400 mesh size screen fraction. So we're able to reduce the uranium levels on that coarse material, which is about 85% of the overall mass, where a significant portion of that uranium ends up in the smaller mass size fraction. So moving into oil field remediation, this is a photo of a pilot demonstration. Again, why it's so great to do, to have a startup in Wyoming, and local businesses have just been extremely helpful to us. In this case, Total was willing to provide several pieces of equipment to help us with our testing. In the picture above, we were using a centrifuge to better figure out our overall processing circuit for oil spill material. And that unit, the red unit there, is our batch testing unit, which we do a majority of our lab testing on. Looking at the oil spill results, so main focus here is on total extractable hydrocarbons. In this particular sample, it was above 18,000 parts per million TEH, and we were able to effectively reduce that to 3,800 parts per million TEH. Our goal is to really get it below 1,000. Anything below 6,500 parts per million can be buried on site, but below 1,000 parts per million, we could then use for beneficial reuse. And so we're continuing to refine and optimize our process to achieve that threshold consistently. Looking at our commercialization timeline, using the technology readiness levels that the DOE typically uses. For oil spill, we're just waiting to get that early adopter. We're currently doing a techno-economic study. Right now, we need to improve some parts of our process to make it more economic. And then once we do have that demand pipeline where we can go ahead and execute pilot projects. And then, as I mentioned earlier, in regard to abandoned uranium mines, we're just waiting for conditions to get better on the Navajo Nation to move forward with that project. So looking at next steps, going forward, and just as an innovative startup technology facing that chicken and egg problem that I've described in a technical and capital intensive industry, just a couple of things that may make us more competitive here, and some potential things to think about. Again, our business model is not predicated on any external help beyond private funds and what we've been doing, but these are some areas that may make it easier for us to go forward. One, the overhead costs with the University of Wyoming. As I mentioned, with the University of British Columbia, they're providing matching funds where we're not paying any overhead rates because it's going straight towards those students' salaries. And so, working with the university and having a 43% University of Wyoming research fringe costs and a 44.5% overhead cost just makes it uneconomic to collaborate extensively on R&D. And so something that may be helpful for startups like ours going forward would be to have those long-term student programs where students can help us research, help us advance our technology, and then ultimately end up working for us due to their knowledge. And we can do that in a way that makes economic sense. Other potential opportunities would be incentives to collaborate with established Wyoming companies. I know with the Small Business Innovative Research program in Wyoming, if you were, for example, to receive a grant from the Department of Energy or EPA, you have the potential for the state of Wyoming to match that up to $100,000. And then in those phase two, a lot of times the EPA or DOE, if you're able to bring in private investments, they'll also provide matching funds towards that specific project. And so if we had a way to mitigate risk for those established Wyoming companies, where if the startup was willing to put in money, that established company was willing to put in some money, perhaps a matching program as well to make those projects less risky. further the mandate for Wyoming startup companies. Programs would be helpful, like working with the Oil and Gas Commission or the Department of Environmental Quality, where they're looking at treating certain sites to where we could have pilot projects where we could leverage their resources and experiences to aid us in further achieving proof of concept. And then the investment funds for startups. I don't know if you're all familiar with the Advanced Industries Accelerator programs in Colorado, but they have a lot of neat programs as well that seek to help startups get from that proof of concept to commercialization stage. And so that's where we're at right now. We're super thankful for all the support that we've received from local Wyoming communities, as well as the Wyoming Business Council, and helping us to get where we're at today. And we're going to keep chugging along to advance this technology and keep it here in Wyoming. So with that, I'll leave it for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, any questions? Yep, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming you're using a power unit wherever you are because you're not close to a power line. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. Because we're not close to power lines, we typically use diesel generators for our power source.
Committee, any questions? It always about the time I ask when somebody raises their hand, so, okay. Grayson, I want to just kind of explore just a little bit. If you go back a slide regarding, the mandate for Wyoming startup companies, and this one's a little bit intriguing to me, and sort of the concept that we would have the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, which is in charge of certain types of remediation in Wyoming, and then the Department of Environmental Quality is in charge of the other. What are your thoughts with respect to that? Because that is in a budget crisis time, that type of mandate may be more feasible than another appropriation. So,
right, and I can only speak from the perspective of our company, and it's hard to give the perspectives of all other stakeholders, but the idea here would be a certain amount of the budget or time of a certain agency is allocated to if there is a site that needs to be cleaned up, allowing startup companies that could help remediate that site, kind of give them a chance to prove their technology out further in a way that mitigates risk on their end, and would also assist them from a financial perspective as well.
So on a follow-up to that, could you give an example in oil spill sites? What type of remediation projects you do?
Yeah, absolutely. So for in the example of an oil spill site, for example, before work is commenced on a large spill, perhaps allowing a startup company like ours in this case the opportunity to clean up anywhere from 50 tons to 100 tons of material, and awarding an initial bid to that where you do have to meet those environmental standards, but that allows us to go improve our technology. There will be some R&D probably needed, some refinements, but allowing them to go improve that technology so they have a contract in hand, which then we would then be able to use to bring on additional investments and to go to other operators in that space and say, hey, we received a contract to clean the site. We were able to meet environmental standards, and we'd love to work with you to further scale our technology so that we can start breaking into this market.
All right, no, thank you. So committee, any further questions? Okay, well, Grayson, that's what you get at the end of the day, is we're all a little bit tired, but I'm sure we'll, I know, think about this, and it'll stimulate some more discussion. This is an issue I know, our committee, our third charge is economic development and helping startups move forward, especially startups that have okay, there we go. I knew if I kept talking, somebody would. Startups have, that are rooted strongly in Wyoming are of good interest to us. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I didn't want to belabor things too long, but since you're inquiring, I do have some curiosities. The first, Grayson, is we really do try and knock down barriers whenever we can through this committee. And I saw a number of areas where you showed that the state provided assistance through your process and your experience. But I'm curious, were there any times along the path when you met resistance that you thought was effectively unnecessary resistance, hurdles that shouldn't be there, timelines that were too long, anything along those lines where we could do a better job as a state?
I think working with the state has been really great, and people have been extremely responsive. One particular situation that comes to mind is when we were looking at doing a pilot project for oil spill. When we had talked to a certain agency, they said, you know, it looks like you're going to need a Chapter 6 permit, which takes 6 months to get, and is quite extensive to fill out. And in our case, we haven't even commercialized our technology yet. So, you know, perhaps finding waivers for startup companies to go improve their technologies before going through the entire permitting process. Because for us, it wouldn't make much sense to go through a permit when we don't even know if our technology is going to work on a widespread scale.
Okay, thanks. And Mr. Chairman, a follow-up, and that provides some context to your previous request, and I think that helps to clarify. So I appreciate that. The second question I had was with regard to, you've got this relationship with the University of British Columbia, which is a very good institution. So I'm sure you're enjoying that, but obviously we'd like to be able to make sure that you're more able to partner with the University of Wyoming and state entities. But you said that they build no fringe and no overhead. And that it was a dollar for dollar match specifically to salary, I believe was what you said. Is that, am I understanding that correctly? So your dollars in were dollars salary for these doctoral researchers, is that accurate?
Yes, Senator Rothfuss, there is a 14% administrative fee for the MyTax program, but that doesn't come out of our side. That comes out of what British Columbia matches. And so in this case, it's unique because it's going directly towards those students. So, you know, I don't know exactly the paradigm on how they have that configured, but from our end, to put in dollar terms, it costs $22,000 for a PhD student to work full time on researching his thesis on our technology. And then, as I mentioned, 2/3 can go towards that student's salary, and then another third is left for equipment and other costs related to that research. So from our end, we're not paying any overhead for that program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Grayson, could you send us the name of that, or send me the name of that program? I want to look into it and understand what they do on the back end and how it gets funded and who picks up the overhead. And Mr. Chairman, you'll recall this probably 6 years ago, 7 years ago, I had some legislation that was similar to try and get us the ability to do those types of external partnerships for graduate research at the university too. So this might be a model that we could look to. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'll get just a second, Representative Henderson, on that too. Senator Anderson and I on the Energy Resource Council fully understand the overhead charge of the university, which sometimes gets in the way on some of the grant dollars when we partner with private industry, and might be something worth a look at down the road. So maybe a discussion with Dr. Krupka would be appropriate, Senator Rothfuss. So Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious to know, if you would please, what was the tipping point, or what was the key piece about the DWS that was of interest to you in terms of your internships for your participation?
Yes, absolutely, Representative Henderson. So we were not planning on having an internship at all this summer. We're currently located in the Impact 307 building in Casper. So we received an email notification about the program where they allow you to give, they'll pay $12 per hour for that internship. And so we wanted to take on one intern. We sent out the ad for the internship in late May. Within 48 hours, we had over 24 interns apply, and all highly qualified students that had all lost their jobs, their internships at other companies. And so looking at the quality of the application pool, we were able to work it out where we were able to divide our hours into bringing on 3 interns. And then we were able to offer them a competitive wage as well, because that $12 was subsidizing that payment. And so that was the tipping point, is looking at the quality of the applicants, knowing that, hey, you know, now we can offer interns $20 an hour instead of $10 an hour to really attract that top level talent to assist us in our endeavors.
Okay, All right. Yeah, we'll probably be talking about that program tomorrow morning, committee. So, yeah. Good
Great
deal.
program, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
All right. Well, Grayson, we appreciate the presentation and thank you very much. And then committee, thank you. 22 minutes over schedule. I apologize. Took a little longer on a couple of subjects, but hey, good meeting. We will recess until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we'll take up CTE and then finish up with a look at this tax amortization idea. So, okay. Good meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.